I saw that you said, oh, no, you don't understand. You have so much more. Prof. Nomlomo joined the university. And one of the very first things that she said is, she came to us and said, where's entrepreneurship? What is happening? Oh, Prof, we are busy with this and we're busy with that. And yes, we will do that. And as a dean, I can tell you that she's on my back, asking me in every IPA, mid-year, agreement, assessment, where's this and where's that? And the focus on entrepreneurship and the support that we got. I'm very proud to say that she then won last year an award for the most supportive DVC in the country in terms of entrepreneurship. So with that, colleagues, we cannot go wrong. And I would like to introduce to you our Professor Nomlomo.
Sanbonani, good morning, everyone. Yes, Prof. Reiling, the Dean of the Faculty of Commerce, Administration and Law. I'm not sure whether I want to accuse you of stealing my notes last night. Because all what I wanted to say, you've already said. Perez, I must just say thank you very much for inviting me and bye-bye. Yes. But in any case, I will still repeat what Prof. Reiling has said, but please bear with me. It just happened. It just happened. Well, it is with immense pleasure that I stand before this esteemed gathering this morning and extend my heartfelt greetings to all of you. We are here to embark on a very, very important and exciting event as we convene for the Appalachian Zululand Entrepreneurship Development Conference. Is it AZED or AZED? How do you pronounce it? AZED. 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 Okay. No, I can get it. I'm a literacy person. AZED. Okay, as I welcome you to this AZED conference, which is for us a momentous occasion that unites the intellectual excellence of academics, students, and entrepreneurial thinkers. In this endeavor, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my special greetings to the following: the Dean of the Faculty of Commerce, Administration and Law, Professor Lorraine Reiling. I'm aware that all our deputy deans are here for teaching and learning and research. Greetings, colleagues and directors. I'm aware that our director of our international office, Professor Mashia, is here, and Professor Mabusela, I think she's also here. Greetings, colleagues. All our colleagues from all the faculties, greetings and welcome, and all our bright minds, especially from the Faculty of Commerce, Administration and Law. I think they are all here in this room. Secondly, I would like to extend my special greetings to our honored guests from Appalachian University, both our academics and students, who bring with them a wealth of knowledge and perspectives to enrich our discussions this morning. Thirdly, my greetings go to Dr. Nora Clark, who's well known in the entire country when it comes to entrepreneurship, as she was introduced by Prof. Reiling. She is our esteemed keynote speaker today, and we're looking forward to hearing about her experience and expertise. And we are confident that her presentation will illuminate our path as we go along in this conference in terms of listening to innovative ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone who is here, I think I will also copy and say all protocol of ZEP in case I miss out anybody. Thank you very much for joining us in this gathering, which is part of our intellectual exchange. Good morning, everybody. Sanibonani, Molweni, Oyemore, Dumelang, Jambo. That's it. Well, I'm filled with gratitude for your presence here at the University of Zululand, shortly called UniZulu, to attend this AZED conference. It's not just a conference. It is a convergence of ideas, experiences, and aspirations, all converging to reshape the landscape of entrepreneurship, support, and development within our institution. And we hoping that it will also extend to the entire South African nation and abroad. In welcoming you, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to set the stage by providing a glimpse into our university's strategic direction, which positions ourselves as a beacon of academic excellence and highlighting our commitment to nurturing global leaders. In our strategic plan, which is called UniZulu 2027, we have defined ourselves, as Professor Khweling said earlier on, as a node for African thought. And this definition symbolizes our dedication to embracing African epistemologies while preparing our students for a dynamic global environment. Today's conference, that is AZED conference, embodies this ethos as we engage in discourses that transcend boundaries and bring diverse perspectives to the forefront. As UniZulu, we recognize the challenges faced by our graduates, particularly the high rate of unemployment that haunts many of our graduates, especially those from disadvantaged or low socioeconomic backgrounds. This challenge, which is deeply intertwined with a plethora of other factors, compels us to equip our students with entrepreneurial acumen. By doing so, we hope to shift the paradigm by nurturing job creators instead of job seekers, as it was indicated earlier on by the Dean of the faculty. Again, in line with our strategic vision, I think Prof. Khweling will be happy to hear this, and because she's been about it ever since I started meeting here 3 years ago or 2.5 years ago. We aspire to establish a business school, housing a center for entrepreneurship in the long term. That's part of our strategic plan. Currently, our efforts are focused on integrating entrepreneurship into our curricula, a journey that is spearheaded by FCAL, that is the Faculty of Commerce, Administration and Law. And I must say, having been here for the past 2.5 years, I've seen the efforts that FCAL has undertaken, also engaging with other faculties, not only internally, nationally and abroad. This is, we're witnessing that today. And I can confidently say that the collaboration efforts that have been undertaken by FCAL have borne fruit in the form of a forthcoming bachelor's program in entrepreneurship, is it BCom in entrepreneurship, which has been developed in partnership with Appalachian University, the University of Johannesburg, and the University of Fort Hare. And I think we have to applaud FCAL for this great initiative. Of course, I must declare that it's still in its initial stages. It must still go through the accreditation processes, but we are very, very excited about the start. It shows great leadership when it comes to entrepreneurship, particularly in the Faculty of Commerce, Administration, and Law. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, your presence here as luminaries of intellect is a testament to the significance of our collective mission. I'm very excited about the prospect of your discussions, which I hope will foster innovative ideas that can enhance entrepreneurship as a transformative force in higher education. Together, we can chart a course that not only tackles graduate unemployability, but also lays a strong foundation for a vibrant entrepreneurial landscape and economic development. As we engage in these deliberations in our conference, let us remember that every exchange of ideas and connections forged have the potential to shape destinies and drive change. I hope that you will immerse yourselves fully in this conference to share, learn, and collaborate, thus transcending continents and igniting a significant change in higher education, particularly when it comes to entrepreneurship in education. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each and every one of you for being part of this AZED conference. Let the conference strengthen our commitment to innovation and collaboration in pursuit of a common goal, that of supporting our students in terms of their entrepreneurial skills. By having such a short address, you can see me, I'm very tall, so I have to make things short. Yes, once again, welcome, and I'm very pleased to declare the AZED conference officially opened. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Nomlomo. I am welcome myself, and I think, ladies and gentlemen, you can now open your bottles and drink. You can stand up. You are free. But I've noticed Prof didn't say feel at home, because the challenge with feel at home, people end up, doing, more than being welcomed. I remember we had sort of a gathering at home, and my dad said to people, feel at home. We saw one going to a fridge and all that. So we don't want that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's still Women's Month, and I can see we've got beautiful women here. Let's give them a round of applause. Happy Women's Month. And Prof. Mashi, I must say that I was still looking for you. I didn't recognize you. You look beautiful today, so this morning, I'm not somebody who would normally wear suits. This morning I was wearing my suit, and my neighbor is asking me, why are you wearing like this? I said, it's because we have a conference and we are meeting with our colleagues from the state. And what we'll be discussing, it's the development of entrepreneurship in both these countries. What is it that we can do better? What is it that we can learn from them? And what is it that they can learn from us? And last year, Mr. Eric, I didn't have time to speak to you, but I think on Thursday, we need to engage in isiZulu. So you need to learn something from isiZulu. One of the things that I'm going to say to you is that Kumnandi, South Africa. You must go and research what do I mean by that. For him. No, I'll do that, Prof. Don't worry. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was my 2-cent explanation to my neighbor in terms of what is it that we are going to do today. I think somebody who knows better, who will give us a 100 Rand explanation, it's Prof. Mashia. Prof. Mashia, you can just come. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. I would like to take this opportunity to greet Professor Hreiling, the Dean of the Faculty of Commerce, Administration and Law, the organizers of this beautiful event. I would like to greet our DVC of Teaching and Learning, Professor Nomlomo, our US Embassy guests. I don't see them yet in our midst. I think they are still on the way. I would like to greet also our students and the colleagues. Special greetings to the guests from the United States of America. It is my honor to be part of this exciting event, and I'm happy to see the friends that we last saw in October, November last year in the US, and they are with us today. So I'm really excited to be part of this event. So my role is short, actually. My role is to talk about the purpose of this event. Why are we here? What is the purpose of this conference? So the purpose of this conference is multifold. Firstly, it has been explained that we are here to share knowledge of entrepreneurship, and we have been given the background in terms of why we value entrepreneurship in this university, and it emanates from the vision of the university, Vision 2027. So that has been done by our DVC and also by the Dean of the Faculty of Education, the Faculty of Commerce. So I'm not going to dwell on that, but I'm going to talk about fold number 2 as to why we are here, besides the sharing of knowledge that we are here for. We are here to celebrate the milestone we have reached. The milestone of working on a project that is supported by the US mission in South Africa, the US Embassy. The project started in 2021, and as I've said, is funded by the US. We have worked very well on the project, and the project has been very impactful. There are so many things we have achieved from this project, and our students also have a very long story to tell about the experiences of being part of this project. I myself have learned a lot from going to the US and see how things are done and so on. And we've come back with the knowledge to implement, and under the leadership of Professor Hreiling in the Faculty of Commerce. So we are excited about this knowledge. Students, we have met with students, and they have shared with us what they have actually attained by just being exposed to the entrepreneurship project. So this has been a very amazing journey for us. Students learning from their peers, and us as staff learning also from our peers. I also want to acknowledge the generosity of our colleagues from the Appalachian State University. The time they spend on us, their sharing of knowledge and expertise with us unselfishly, that is commendable, colleagues. I remember when we were there, they had to spend most of the time with us, taking us through, doing presentations, taking us from place to place. We really enjoyed being with them. So we really want to celebrate that as well as part of this conference. I must say that the partnership or this relationship did not start with this project that is funded by the US Embassy, but the partnership with Appalachian State University dates back in the early 2000s. That's when the university started to sign the MOU with Appalachian State University. So we have been in that relationship for a very long time. And I want to acknowledge the unwavering support of the Associate Vice Chancellor of International Education at Appalachian State University, Professor Jeselu Tabinga, who has been with us throughout the journey. And from the time the first MOU was signed in the early 2000s, he was there supporting UniZulu. And also his patience with us sometimes will not maybe do as he's expecting, but he has been very patient with us up to this moment. And I must say that the project has been successful because of the support he has been giving us. I don't want to forget to acknowledge and to celebrate the friendship we enjoy with the US Embassy, the support, the amazing support we are receiving from the US Embassy from the start of the project. And also before the project, we have students, staff actually who are in the US on their Fulbright scholarship. It's the support we get throughout. What I've noticed about the US Embassy is that they reach out, they come to us, they share information with us, they support us. But in terms of the entrepreneurship project, it is remarkable. The support they have given us is actually remarkable. When we have to report on this project, from time to time, quarterly, we report on financials, we report on we give the narrative reports in terms of the deliverables, what we achieved according to the proposal that we submitted. So the US Embassy has been with us, and I like their open door policy, because whenever we had glitches, we had to call off them and they will give us the support that we deserve. So I would like to appreciate their support they have given us, Susan, Chantal, and Jacqueline, and also the Consular General who is leading the Durban Consulate. He has keen interest in the University of Zululand. From time to time, they come and support us. And I must actually state that all has been made possible by the support they have given us in implementing this project. Lastly, I want to again acknowledge our own Faculty of Commerce, Professor Kreiling. This project has been made possible by them because they are the one with expertise in entrepreneurship. So they lead the entire institution. This strategic goal actually sits on their shoulders. They are the one who's making everything possible in terms of giving knowledge on entrepreneurship, so that at the end, our students are able to employ themselves in this situation where we find ourselves in, where there is a lack of employment. So the project started in 2021, as I mentioned, and it's ending in October. But that does not mean the project that is ending. It's only the funding by the US Embassy that is ending. The project is going to continue, and the partnership is going to continue. So with that being said, I want to reiterate that I'm very excited to be associated with this exciting event, and I wish you a productive conference. I know that even tomorrow there are still activities that will be taking place. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mashia. I think you have given more than the 100-trend explanation I expected. We now know the purpose of the day, the purpose of this conference. Ms. Sarah, what you need to also research is in Zulu as well. Banobuntu abantu base South Africa. So that's what you need to research as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we would just have changes on our program because the speaker from the embassy hasn't arrived. We'll just have changes on that. Now speaking about Dr. Nora, you know, I think I started to know her when we went for EDHE workshop in Johannesburg, and I've never seen a person who understands entrepreneurship like her, somebody who lives entrepreneurship like her. I teach entrepreneurship myself, I research about entrepreneurship, but I think there's a lot that I still need to do. I don't wanna, take your your job, Prof. You can just come and introduce Dr. Nora.
Thank you, Program Director. As you can see, I don't have any notes in front of me because I've decided to do something that we recently learned, where a guest speaker was introduced and we read the whole CV from top to bottom, studied at this university and that university and everything. And when he stood up and he spoke and he said, nobody introduced me. They introduced everything that I've done. And that was so true. And I thought, this is so African. So we see you, Dr. Nora. And I would like to tell you a little bit about Dr. Nora. First of all, she's this amazing woman that studied education. And she told me she actually studied education, the wrong degree for the right reasons. She got a bursary for education, and now she can apply all of these educational skills. She did her honors, a degree, her honors, a master's cum laude, a PhD. You don't get it cum laude, but if you get your master's cum laude, I assume you get your PhD cum laude as well. And she just carried on with education, etc. Then she even dwindled with engineering education. I thought, well, wow, that is a difficult one, because engineers can only measure things, work out things. I don't think really the education and the system. And, she told me a little bit about where inspiration comes from. Growing up in a humble home and then being empowered by a mother that started her own business at a later stage of her life, and learning and struggling and getting this business working. And something that she said, finding a voice through this entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial skills that she developed and that she instilled in Dr. Nora, because she worked there every holiday of university. Parents expect that from us. We had to work every holiday. We didn't have holidays. We had to work. And for your little bit of pocket money, etc., you worked. But it was something that she learned right there, and then the empowerment of women finding a voice. Then I've looked at the CV, and where she started then to move out and go to a techno park, an entrepreneurial hub. And in 2017, she started then with EDHE. She instigated this, she started this. It is her brainchild. She started the idea, she implemented all of this economic entrepreneurial development, higher education, until where it is today as a vibrant organization with membership in every single university, not only one, but different streams. For one woman, inspired by her mother, to think differently, but a passion for young people, and a passion for our female colleagues, our female students, and for them to find their voices, to stand up proud, and to start a business and to be empowered. We admire you, Dr. Nora, for this focus and this direction that you are leading this whole country of South Africa. Because EDHE is the brain and the body of entrepreneurship in this country. and to have a person with your vision and your passion and your voice. Nothing can go wrong. We admire you. Thank you very much. I'm giving you Professor Nora.
That's not a presentation, it's just my notes. Thank you. Esteemed guests, dignitaries, VIPs, all the important people in the room. I'm thrown a bit off course here because, you know, when one gets introduced, you're used to hearing that bio that is just so familiar, so you don't even hear it anymore. And when someone does this, I've never heard someone do this, Professor Greiling. When someone does this, it kind of threw me off my track a little bit, because I think I'm getting way too much honor here for something which is just doing what is ahead of, right in front of me. It's the job that I need to do. It's just my little part in what we're all doing to make this country a better place. And really, so, you know, hearing this is it's a little bit embarrassing. My equilibrium's out now. But colleagues, what a wonderful experience to have been invited to join this occasion, to join something which is, we're going to talk about right at the end of my talk. I'm going to talk about the magic ingredients in the elixir. And you will hear about it just now. And one of those magic ingredients, I'll give you the recipe later, but one of those magic ingredients is collaboration, what we see here today. Collaboration, something that we know in this country and on this continent, also in the name Ubuntu. Just being part of this is remarkable, and sharing this with all of you. So colleagues, you know, when I was given the topic, you know, talk about the journey of stimulating student entrepreneurship, specifically student entrepreneurship in South Africa, I immediately saw the word journey. And of course, it triggered a very easy association, and that is the hero's journey. So I would like to talk to you today and share with you today the journey of the development of student entrepreneurship in this country over the, let's just say, over the past 5 or 6 years, but specifically as it relates to the hero's journey. So you might know that the hero's journey is this timeless narrative about heroes that face formidable challenges, but who end up transforming lives, solving big problems. And all of this comes from the work of the American writer, Joseph Campbell. And you would recognize it in so many stories and movies and books and mythology, this hero's journey and all the steps that the hero goes through. And in this case, our heroes are not fictional characters. Our heroes are very real, everyday, ordinary characters in every university in this country. And these heroes, and I think at this stage, I think we'll just make the story about one hero. And thinking about the events starting here tomorrow, I had to give the hero a name, and the hero is obviously now going to have to be called Mbali. So Mbali, which means flower, and of course the journey of a flower is also one of stages evolving stages of the journey of Mbali. But in this case, Mbali is just an ordinary lecturer in a university. And no, the hero's journey of student entrepreneurship in South Africa is not, that I'm going to share with you, is not the hero's journey of the individual student entrepreneur. They are each on their own hero's journey, and those make for fascinating, wonderful listening and reading and experiencing as we learn about the journeys that our student entrepreneurs are on, each of them a hero, each of them challenged by so many things, and each of them in their own way battling this journey towards economic empowerment, economic activation, economic participation. But the heroes today, and Mbali is a lecturer. She is still busy with her PhD, still, you know, that question where people ask you, have you finished yet? How many of you have been asked that question? How far are you with your PhD? Have you finished yet? And Mbali has been hearing that question too, and she is so tired of that question. She sees people approaching and she knows they're going to ask me again, you know, so how far is your chapter? Because in the meantime, she is a young lecturer. She's tasked with so many other duties in the department, all kinds of random things. It's like the HOD doesn't want to give the job to someone else. That HOD just always looks at her, you know, gives her all these random tasks to do. And she can't get on with the research that she's supposed to be building her career on, you know? It's a struggle, really. And Mbali, of course, and she has a life. I mean, she has a child. She's got to juggle a lot of things. And then, of course, but Mbali is in higher education, because she loves what she does. She loves her students. She enjoys seeing them grow and develop and flourish. She sees their academic journeys, and she hears a lot about their personal struggles as well. Many of them come to confide in her. Many of them tell her things that they might not even tell their own family members. And she understands and she cares. And she's very worried, and sometimes she lies awake at night thinking about what is it that we can do to help these amazing graduates. These people are graduating, but here they are, they've got this hope of having a career, you know, making money, driving a car, owning a home, just being a regular citizen in a beautiful country, and they've worked hard at making a success of their studies, to not also disappoint the expectations of their families. But she knows the reality is different. The reality is harsh. We've heard about it this morning. Professor Greiling mentioning the statistics and the numbers and the odds that the students are facing. And this is what keeps her awake at night. So then one day, of course, Mbali gets an email from the dean, quickly opens it, it's marked in Outlook, you know, VIP message from the dean, you know, whoo, opens it immediately. Dean says, listen, we were approached by the Department of Higher Education, or is it USAF? I'm not even sure who it is. You know, we've been approached about this thing that they now want to do. You know how it is with these national entities. Now they want us to start entrepreneurship development focused on student entrepreneurship here. And, you know, so there's this meeting that they want us to have. So you've got to please attend. And Mbali is, of course, being a young lecturer in the department, entrepreneurship wasn't her first choice of, you know, it wasn't a major that she studied. But being the young lecturer in the department, of course, she was tasked with, oh, you have capacity, you teach entrepreneurship. You know how it is. So, oops, she suddenly had to become somewhat of an expert on entrepreneurship and did a basic, taught the basic course in entrepreneurship. So she was in the meeting, showed up, very interested, very keen to see what this is all about, and heard about this envisioned national platform to support entrepreneurship development across the universities. And she knew what was coming. They were going to ask for volunteers. They always do. She prepared herself for this, and lo and behold, of course, it happened. Who will volunteer to represent us as an institution on this platform? The contact person, you know, they're from the EDHE office, they need a contact person here. Who will be that contact person? She looked around the room and the colleagues were typing away. Nobody's looking up, everyone's just typing away. And she's also looking down, and she looks up and she looks right into the face of the HOD. And the HOD says to her, it just says unspoken without word, oh, and she knows, here it comes. She's like, all right, I don't have much of a choice. I'll do it. Fake smile, right. Okay. And so she engages. She becomes the contact person, you know, from the EDHE office. People send her information, they share opportunities with her, saying, listen, there's this thing happening nationally. We are going to try to get everyone in the entrepreneurship development at university space together in one place. We're going to call it a lechotla. So for the US colleagues, a lechotla is like an indaba, are just different words for something which is very different to a conference, really. Yes, a summit, but it's a gathering, you know, it's a gathering of leaders. And this is now a gathering of leaders in entrepreneurship. She's like, okay, well, this sounds interesting. She's not quite excited yet, but let's just go and check it out at least. And she hears there's a slechotla. Oh, and it happens every year. Okay, and the next thing she hears, but wait, there's a studentpreneurs indaba. And the studentpreneurs indaba is for my student entrepreneurs. Now, she knows who they are. They've been flying below the radar for many years. They've been doing their own thing, surviving by themselves because there wasn't any official support from the university for them, but she knows who they are. So she starts sharing this information. Then she talks, you know, over coffee. She talks to her colleagues about this new thing that is kind of gradually moving in the entrepreneurship space. And her colleagues are, you know, kind of, yeah, a little bit disinterested, a little bit dismissive. Yeah, you know what, entrepreneurship, it's not really a big, strong discipline. No, I don't know, I don't see much potential there. Let's see where this goes. So she remains alone, the only voice for entrepreneurship development there. And she hears about a gathering in the beginning of the year, the trainer event for academics and support professionals in entrepreneurship. She goes there and she meets people from across all the universities who are kindred spirits. They are like her. They've got the same issues. They've also been kind of encouraged to do something that they didn't necessarily have the capacity for, but here they are. And this one shares a story of, you know, this is how we do it in our university and it works well. And someone else says, hey, but have you ever thought of perhaps doing it this way? Maybe we should think about doing this or this together. And the conversations start, and the sharing of information starts, and the sharing of latest research starts. And things become more and more practice focused. And she knows that research is important, but practice is what changes people's lives. And she is in the business of changing lives. She's in the business of advocating for systemic change to the futures of students and graduates in this country. She listens, she observes, she learns, she shares, she collaborates, and the process continues. In all of this, quietly in the background, the EDI community, the EDHE community is there, because it's not something, it's a community of people who has now grown over time, who have come together, who are championing entrepreneurship development and specifically student entrepreneurship development at universities. She's becoming part of this community. She's becoming part of a tribe. She shares the information in her institution. She invites her colleagues to join her in some of these initiatives and these events. She hears that there are national communities of practice for entrepreneurship development. And she joins one of these communities of practice just to find out that this is the place where we get real and where we get serious in a smaller group, share information, share good practices, help, support, right, encourage, make friends. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, in the university, things are not easy. The dean is obviously not Professor Geiling. The dean is not getting it. The dean has no heart for entrepreneurship, has no heart for student entrepreneurship, and the dean is not prepared to put any funding or financial support towards the development of student entrepreneurship. So it's tough. She's got to be innovative here. She's got to work with industry a bit. She's got to work with other public sector entities a bit, because she's now been told, look, some of the other universities are taking part in what we call Student Entrepreneurship Week. It is the South African university equivalent of Global Entrepreneurship Week, because Global Entrepreneurship Week was, of course, envisioned by the Global North, who typically have a different academic calendar. In November, when it's Global Entrepreneurship Week, South African students write exams. We cannot take part in Global Entrepreneurship Week. We're busy with the real thing. We're studying now, right? So we've got to have the Student Entrepreneurship Week. And she starts working with her colleagues who are gradually getting it with her, who's getting it, who's feeling it, working with the students in the university who are in this entrepreneurship space. And what happens is, increasingly, they become a tribe within a tribe. They become a community within this larger community. And all of a sudden, her small, perhaps unnoticed university is becoming more and more visible in the national space of entrepreneurship development. The things that the students are doing, they participate in the National Entrepreneurship Intervarsity. Wonderful businesses that are suddenly being made visible on a national podium as students participate. They share their businesses, they go and pitch, they stretch themselves, they get out of their comfort zones, and she's there. She's there in the background, cheering them on. She's their biggest cheerleader. But inside, there's no sign in the university, in terms of university leadership, there's no sign of the word or the concept entrepreneurship in the university strategy yet. There's no policy for entrepreneurship in the university. There's definitely nothing supporting the development of student entrepreneurship in the university. So Mbali learns that this is something she needs to face. She's got to face this issue. She's got to address this issue. Yes, she's a lecturer. She doesn't have that much academic standing. She's probably not even going to get an appointment with one of the executive leaders of the institution, but she has to try. And she writes an email to the DVC and she requests an appointment. And to her surprise, the appointment is granted and she's petrified. How is she going to address this issue? Little old her in this huge bureaucracy of a university with all these layers of important people above her. But she goes and she has that meeting. And she takes her evidence along. She presents her evidence, the theoretical basis for what she is proposing and for what she is advocating for. Gets to the point, very well prepared. And the DVC says, come to think of it, I've never thought of this matter the way that you've positioned it now. let me get back to you. And gradually things start changing. She doesn't know directly what happened as a result of her meeting with the DVC, but she sees that change is slowly but surely happening. Her biggest challenge remains the mindset of her colleagues, the mindset of her students, who still somehow believe that somehow they are going to beat the odds and get that job. Get that job. Sounds so easy because I've got this qualification, I've worked hard. But the reality is, that is the mindset that she has to change. And she continues the work. And with her, the small tribe of champions that she has built up and gathered in the university to help her do this. And when she gets stuck, time after time, she gets despondent, she gets tired of running into brick walls, she gets tired of doing things without money because there's no funding for this. It's not even in her KPIs. She's not even getting any recognition for this. She's not even getting that darn PhD done. But she continues. And then, as you know, the process, of course, unfolds. And the victory, the slaying of the dragon, the victory is not a single momentous occasion. It's not a single day where suddenly, she's the hero. She has beaten the odds. She's done this. It's a slow process. But in the process, something else happens. She does get her PhD completed. She does get a promotion. She is invited increasingly to be the spokesperson for entrepreneurship and specifically for student entrepreneurship in the university. She finds herself in meetings where she wouldn't have normally been in the past. She finds herself liaising with the student entrepreneurs and working with them to hear what they are saying and what their needs are and what the direction is, acting as the bridge and the translator between the student entrepreneurs and management in the university. Mbali, one person in a single institution, manages to transform slowly but surely over a period of 5 years, manages to transform bit by bit the culture of that institution. Yes, single-handedly, but part of the tribe, as the leader of the tribe pretty soon. An unsung hero. And then, back in the university, her role is different now. Her role is one where she is the mentor, where she is the person who encourages colleagues and student entrepreneurs on their own hero's journeys, who encourages them by sharing good practices, by sharing information, but mostly by introducing them to other people who can open the doors for them, who can collaborate with them, who can strengthen their hands to do what they need to do collectively, together. In her elixir, that magic potion that helped her to slay the dragon, what do you think were the ingredients? I gave you the first ingredient right at the beginning. Now I want to hear from you, colleagues. What do you think were the other ingredients in Mbali's hero's journey as advocate for student entrepreneurship? Who'd like to propose an ingredient? Samantha. 2 ingredients: passion, perseverance. We've got collaboration. What else is in that elixir? Yes.
Sacrifice. Sacrifice time for their PhD and use it in entrepreneurship.
Sacrifice. It's a big one. I think there's like half a cup of sacrifice in there at least, not just a teaspoon. Yes. Sacrifice. What else? Commitment. Yes. Our US colleagues, come on. Surely, I mean, you've got lots of US cooking shows. Come on, tell us. What are they, what are some of the ingredients that you're hearing here? Resourcefulness, absolutely. Yeah. And I'm hearing, colleagues, as with every hero's journey, your own hero's journey as well, as you sit here, you are on your own hero's journey. I would have loved for us to have a whole day's workshop just about the hero's journeys that each one of us in this room are on. Courage. Courage and bravery. There is no hero without courage. There is no hero without bravery. And sometimes we have to find the bravery in ourselves. Sometimes we find the bravery elsewhere. You know, I find my bravery in my God. We all have our own places where we find our bravery and our courage. I have not looked at the time. I think I'm long over my 20 minutes. But I want to conclude by saying that this hero's journey is just a small example of what has been happening across South Africa, across South African universities in the past 5 to 6 years only. And in most cases, there was one Mbali in an institution. There was one person, almost never a person in a senior position, usually someone in a more junior position, usually someone who has already been stretched to capacity, but someone with heart who bought in and who said, oh, I'll do it anyway. And that is what we saw happening in this country, and that is the process that is still continuing. We are now at a point with student entrepreneurship, where in the development of student entrepreneurship, where there's a strong voice for student entrepreneurship coming from the students themselves. The students are increasingly finding their voice. There is one of the 5 national communities of practice for entrepreneurship in the EDI communities of practice. We call ourselves EDI rather than EDHE, which is so government speak. So EDI, there's an EDI community of practice for a studentpreneurs community of practice. And Mzwe, who sits right here, Mzwe, for those who don't know you, you want to show yourself. Yes, Mzwe is University of Zululand's representative on this platform. So every university gets only one student. It's got to be someone who is a student and an entrepreneur who's really committed to driving and advocating for student entrepreneurship. And these 26 students are the ones that, from a national administrative kind of perspective where we are at, these students are the voices that we listen to. Along with them, we listen to people like Tamsanka and his clan in their community of practice for student entrepreneurship, because they are the ones, the staff members in the universities who work with the student entrepreneurs. They are the Mbalis. They are the Mbalis. There's a community of practice for entrepreneurship learning and teaching. There's a community of practice for entrepreneurship research. And there's a community of practice for entrepreneurial universities. But in this process, we've also realized that students don't have a single place that they can go to for their entrepreneurship discussions and needs and support. Now, Professor Greiling or Professor Nomlomo spoke about a center for entrepreneurship. Now, I'm not a big fan of necessarily having establishments. I think change starts in people, not in entities, although a center is a fantastic, and I see there's a discussion later on this very matter, it's hugely helpful, but it's not a prerequisite for change in an institution, because change starts with one person, an individual, and then a tribe, and then a community, and then an institution. And that is how it happens. So colleagues, we then established another mechanism that we call economic activation offices at universities. And that is the central nervous system for everything entrepreneurship at a university. That is what we envision as the entry point where the student or even someone from industry or from the community can go for any information regarding entrepreneurship support in that institution. It's pioneering, it's new, we haven't got it right yet, we're getting there, but we are building these mechanisms as we learn from the Mbalis in the institutions, from the people in the institutions who are driving and advancing entrepreneurship from the ground up, bottom up. The good news is top down followed. With us being a program within Universities South Africa, USAF, which is, and it's not US Air Force, it's got the same acronym, so silly. But in any case, you Google USAF and you get US Air Force. Okay. But anyway, there we have the board of directors as the vice chancellors of the universities. So being positioned with a program like this in an entity like USAF was hugely instrumental in getting the top-down approach solved as well. And then we started doing the recognition. For example, Professor Nomlomu's award. I mean, recognizing the role models, recognizing good practice, recognizing leading change makers across the system has been instrumental. And colleagues, these are just some lessons in the development of student entrepreneurship in South Africa. Some stories, some glimpses. I got all carried away with this. I have no idea how long I talked. I'm so sorry. I probably exceeded my time seriously, but I think I have a forgiving audience. And again, thank you for your time.
A very good morning to everyone. I'm here to you for the first time. As the program director have indicated earlier, we will be interchanging. He has also been committed to something else as well. Innocent Mtembu, the one that he had referred to actually be the one to change with. Ladies and gentlemen, we might have another slight change in our program. It appears that Mrs. Susan Knowles has also arrived and graced us with her presence. And I believe they are actually making means of getting her to get inside the venue. Oh, thank you. All right, thank you very much. Mrs. Susan Knowles.
Good morning. And our apologies for our late arrival. It was my fault and it was traffic. And I'm just so sorry. And I'm sorry to have missed the beginning. I'm so glad we came in time to hear a little bit about Mbali's story as an example of what is actually already happening. So thank you for that. As mentioned, my name is Susan Knowles, and I'm from the Public Diplomacy section at the United States Consulate General in Durban. I think most of you are familiar, but if you're not, consulates are more or less branches of the embassy. And our embassy is in Pretoria, and we have consulates in Cape Town, Johannesburg, and Durban. So if ever you need to look us up, we're right in the CBD in Durban. As you may hear from my accent, I'm originally from New York State, from the Catskills, which has some connections with Appalachia, the Appalachian Trail, and all of that. But I've lived in South Africa for over 25 years. My husband's South African. He was an international student in the United States, and that's how we met. And he brought me home to South Africa. So watch out, those Americans who are visiting. You don't know what might happen. My primary portfolio is with our educational exchange programs and Education USA. I'm very pleased to have with me my colleague, Chantal Boule, who oversees primarily our cultural and cultural exchange programs, also with PD. And I want to apologize up front. It was just terrible timing on our part that our Consul General, Anne Linné, had just retired. And so she is no longer in country. She literally left last week. And our Public Affairs Officer, Jacqueline Cole, who would love to be here, is on extended leave until near the end of September. And so that's how you ended up with me. But to say, Chantal and I think, in all modesty, especially Chantal, have been the ones involved with the grant that was issued to University of Zululand. And I want to just say a big applause to Chantal, because she has walked through from reviewing the proposal all the way through to now, to the conclusion of this grant. So if we could just give a huge thank you. She is going to kill me on the way back to Durban. But I really felt that we needed to give thanks where it's especially due. And I also just want to say how excited the diplomatic mission was about the University of Zululand's proposal for this project. It just fits like a glove with our goals and our support of entrepreneurship and job creation in South Africa, as we try to come alongside the South African government to work with them toward achieving their goals, which are entrepreneurship and employment, development of employment opportunities. And we were just so excited to get this proposal. I was especially excited because of my background in our exchange programs, Fulbright, Community College Initiative, Tech Women, Mandela Washington Fellowship, Tech Girls. We have many, many programs. Our Fulbright Foreign Language Teaching Assistant Program, just have to mention this, applications are open. And that's for South Africans fluent in isiZulu, who are finishing their honors or in a master's program, anything language related, who want to go and teach at a US university for 1 year to teach isiZulu. It's a wonderful program. And so if you're interested, you're welcome to speak to me during tea break. But because of my connection with these exchanges, the idea in the proposal of not just faculty going back and forth, but of students, South African students going to North Carolina, to Appalachia State, and the students from Appalachia State coming here to Zululand. It's just what a wonderful opportunity to learn from each other and engage with each other. And I have to comment, I love this. I love this. And I love it's South Africa and America. But just to clarify, America is not trying to take over Africa. Okay, I just really, really want to clarify that. The idea is, I think we need then the American continent, maybe the North America continent with South Africa's flag plastered on it. Because one of the wonderful things about our exchange programs, they were founded just after World War II. And the idea behind those exchanges was to have people to people relationships and dialogue in culture, in the arts, in business, in education, with the belief and the hope that as people, not governments as such, but people from different cultures and countries interacted and got to know one another and to respect one another, we could all together accomplish great things for our own countries, for each other's country, and for the world. So that's the idea behind our exchanges. And that's why I'm so excited to see Appalachian State here today, and to have seen this proposal and been able to help support this initiative. I just want to say thank you. And I'm going to have to now put in my password, sorry. Because I especially wanted to highlight, I love that I caught the what would you call it? Not the fable, but the symbolism of Mbali. When I first came in, I actually leaned next to the gentleman next to me and I said, which university was Mbali from? And then he explained, no, she's like generic. Yeah. So that's how late I'd come in. But what I wanted to say, which has already been said, we have Mbalis right here now, who helped make this happen and who are taking part in it. And even though the grant officially is coming to an end, this project isn't. It's just beginning. And we want to encourage all of you Mbalis to carry on with your vision for development of the Entrepreneurship Center here, for its growth, for the entrepreneurship curriculum, for the degree in entrepreneurship, and to carry on with these exchanges and this dialogue. And exchanges, as you already have proved, they're not only in person, they're also virtual, and so just to carry on with this example, you're a role model for other institutions in the US and in South Africa. And so we want to encourage the Mbalis. And I want to thank in particular Eric Schlenker from Appalachian State. Hi, Eric, great to meet you. And Sarah Figlow. Sarah, right next to him, from the Entrepreneurship Center at Appalachian State. You were the first Mbalis. Now you're the role models, hey. But just to say thank you so much, because just as was mentioned, what does it mean to be that Mbali person? You gave sacrifice, you've given your time, your energy, you are passionate about what you're doing, you have been brave. This was not an easy thing to do. You've been resourceful. And so I really want to say thank you and acknowledge your part in this. And then, of course, University of Zululand. You wrote the proposal, you pushed for this, you convinced us, yes, this is worth funding. And I especially want to acknowledge Prof. Mashia, who I haven't even seen. She had to leave. Oh, so in absentia, please tell her I mentioned her. She has just been dynamite since she's been at the university with international partnerships and international initiatives, the establishment of the international office here at University of Zululand. And so I wanted to mention her. I also wanted to mention Prof. Makigaba. She's in China. Oh, so I didn't even know she was in China. So there you go. So, but really they were a force to be reckoned with to help make this happen. And so I wanted to acknowledge them very much. And I'm not going to stand between you and tea, so I'm not going to give a long speech. But just to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to be able to support this and to see positive results. You all have done what you said you were going to do. And that's a wonderful thing for us to see. It doesn't always happen. So just to say well done and thank you. Yeah.
Thank you once again, Mrs. Susan. Before you have your seat, Mrs. Susan, before you have your seat, I would like to invite you again in front. And I would also like to invite Professor Kasram to please come forward. And Professor Huiling to please join me on stage. I believe earlier, Dr. Nkonde may have thrown some few words to Sarah there to learn. And this is actually one of the best practices of one of the words that Dr. Nkonde may have given you. So Professor Kashram and Professor Hreiling, please assist me in an honor of handing over this wonderful gift to Mrs. Susan.
Since Susan was not here in the early morning, you know what? We actually gave a round of applause to Prof. Mashia, you know, for driving us. But we also recognized that without this grant, a lot of things would not have been possible. And therefore, you know, when you read about Zulu and you read about the path and where we are going, please understand that and take it that you were instrumental in getting this university to influence so many students, you know, to have a better life. And what more can anyone want than to contribute to a better life for someone else? So we really appreciate you. Thank you very much. Something very small.
Oh, thank you.
No, we didn't use the grant money.
Thank you so much. Thank you so. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Well, with that, no, it's fine. With that, we are actually missing Dr. Nora for now, but I think we will then have to engage with her as soon as she comes back after the tea. Ladies and gentlemen, we are slightly just behind time, our schedule. If I may request that with the permission of the Dean and our directors and presence, if we adjourn for just take a 5-minute tea break, not make it longer, 10-minute maximum, 10-minute. All right, thank you. others to actually join us while we are regrouping. I would like to request the University of Zululand international students, so as well as our guest from US, the students from US, to also please come and join me right here in front. The students from US and the students from University of Zululand, while we are waiting for others to actually join us. I'll give you guys at least 2 minutes to engage each other while I get the most important person also for this session. Just a second. May I also request Dr. Ayandibo to please join me here? Charlene? Charlene? The two of you, please.
Yeah, so my business is sacrifice. So it's 13 years before we go to college, and then we have to do additional more to get our undergrad, and then depending on what that's extra years. So it's yeah, required. Well, it's not really required. It's socially required. I would say get your undergrad, but it's better to go ahead and get your. And for me, I only have an extra year. I can actually finish it in 4. But for others, it may be additional 3 to 4 years. I'll definitely try to get a doctor. After high school, my cousin, he's going to be a doctor. Like the art, he has to do an additional 10 years of school.
Ayandebu? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed with our program. Sorry. Yeah, you'll be helping her. Ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed with our program, I will then like to call Chantal as well as Dr. Ayandebu to actually give out some of the gifts that we have for our students that we have here from both University of Zululand and the US University of Appalachian. Thank you.
Think we'll take a picture. Spread out. Just walk one at a time. Yeah, one at a time. Just go there. Thank you. Yeah, we can go. Okay. Go for students.
You want the backdrop?
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Thank you. These also for students? Students.
Yes.
Sorry, sir. All right. Thank you. All right.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. This is on this period. Thank you. Thank you. Fine. Smile. Smile. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's only 5. Only 5 feet. All right. Smile. Smile. Shanta, do you need for staff now? And the stuff coming now.
From the US.
Because from the US now. Yeah, the stuff from the US. Yes, yeah, for now.
All right, thank you to the students from both universities. You may be seated. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please also allow me to call upon the staff from the US University. Yes, please. Staff members from the States. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Ayandibo and Chantal. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also missing one of our familiar face here, Professor Hreiling. While I'm looking for Professor Hreiling and Charlene, please assist me locating Professor Hreiling. May I also request Professor Kosram once again to come up in front. Thank you. While Professor Hreiling and Professor Kosram come in front, may I, ladies and gentlemen, ask you to assist me in asking Dr. Nora Clark to actually join us in front as well. Prof.
This is something very small, just to remind us.
What a wonderful talk.
Now we are going to plan something. Must we stand here?
Yeah.
We stand here.
Oh my goodness.
We have to listen to this one. One step forward, one step in. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Professor Kosram and Professor Hreiling. Before we move along to our first session of our speakers and discussions, ladies and gentlemen, it appears to be that one of our guests has actually misplaced the key for the Toyota Starlet, a silver one. Please, if you are driving a Starlet ND 216779 from the first car rental insurance. Oh, there it is. Thank you. All right. Moving along, in the interest of time, I would like us to actually introduce our first speaker of this session on a discussion on a topic on the role of entrepreneurship senses in higher education. and Mr. Eric Schrenkler, I suppose. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Eric.
I think we'll have to be patient with each other as we get all of our names straight today. Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting us on behalf of my team and our Center for Entrepreneurship. We are delighted to be here. We've been delighted to be on this journey together over the course of the last year. A special thanks to Dean Grayling and also to Dr. and Professor Magigaba, who is on Zoom. She has been our primary contact, and it's been a delight. So my role today is to talk about a Center for Entrepreneurship. My name is Eric Schlenker, and I am the director of the Center for Entrepreneurship on campus. I have some slides here. I don't know if they're going to show up on the screen. There we go. Okay, so I want to just have some visuals as we go through this. At Appalachian State University, you can get a minor in entrepreneurship and learn about entrepreneurship in the classroom. My colleague is going to talk about that shortly. In the Center for Entrepreneurship, it's a chance for students to do that sort of in the real world. So they can learn in the classroom and they come to the Center for Entrepreneurship to try things out. And very early on, so I'll show you a picture of this is our Center for Entrepreneurship. We're located in the business school. Although we heard from Dr. Nora that we don't necessarily need to have a physical space, it's very nice to have a physical space, because that gives the students a chance to gather. We hold our workshops and our programs there. We have some collision space where students can gather and sort of meet informally. We've got conference rooms and breakout rooms and study areas. So it works out nicely for us. When we first started the Center for Entrepreneurship at App State, we thought our mission was to help students launch small businesses. And all of our metrics were aligned to starting companies. And we realized pretty early that that metric wasn't in the best service to students. As I'm sure folks who are involved in education of student entrepreneurs, not every student should be starting a business while they're in school. And although you can sort of coax them into spending $127 to form a company, that's not usually in their best interest. What we've discovered in the studies that we do in North Carolina is that it takes about 8.75 years before after the student graduates, before they actually start a business. The reasons we think are pretty obvious. It takes about that much time for them to figure out who they are and what they want to spend their life doing. And they need to learn a little bit about the world and the industry that they're interested in. And so 8.75 years on average, a student entrepreneur will form their official company and get started in business. So then we said, if our goal in the Center for Entrepreneurship is not to get students to start companies, then what is the role of a Center for Entrepreneurship? And what we discovered pretty early on is that really, as you heard earlier, the mindset discussion is perfect, because that's precisely what we settled on. Rather than the mechanics of starting a company, which you can learn about in class, we focused on instilling an entrepreneurial mindset. And so if you've not heard of the Entrepreneurial Learning Initiative, we are certified facilitators of that program. It's worth looking into. It's an international organization. It was started with Clifton Talbert, and Clifton learned about the entrepreneurial mindset in a small rural community in the state of Mississippi in the United States almost 100 years ago. And so he overcame all the difficulties that are inherent in starting a business, as well as being in a rural, poor community in a southern state. And he learned about entrepreneurship from his uncle, who started a company and became a prominent figure in their rural community. So rather than studying folks like Elon Musk, who are shooting rockets to Mars, and Apple, Steve Jobs creating Apple iPhones, those are outliers. And the students don't relate well to folks like that. So we focus on, what does it take to get a student to show all of the characteristics of an entrepreneur, instill that entrepreneurial mindset, and then go take on the world. And as it turns out, students don't need to start businesses in order to use this mindset. This mindset is almost like a life hack. It's a key to figuring out how to be successful in whatever a student decides to do. So the book is called Who Owns the Ice House? If you don't have a copy of the book, we can send some over here. You really should read the book. And this, anyone who's involved in entrepreneurial education, this is a fantastic model to use. And it's the one we use in the Center for Entrepreneurship at App State. So there are essentially three types of students that come see us. Yes, we work with community members and we work with faculty and staff to commercialize research, but our primary mission is working with students. And so three types of students will come visit. The first group says, I kind of like this entrepreneurship idea. I'd like to start my company. That sounds fun. It sounds great. I like to have the autonomy and figure out how to control my own destiny, but I don't have an idea yet. And so we run a series of programs and workshops that are designed to help students figure out, what are you naturally good at? Where are your passions? Where are your interests? Where are you going to get the intrinsic motivation necessary to follow your own dreams? And that ideation process helps them to figure out what that path may look like. Understanding that as a young person, it may change many, many times, but at least it gives people a place to start. So for the student that doesn't have an idea yet, most of our programs are designed around ideation, as well as instilling that entrepreneurial mindset. The second group of students that will typically come see us are ones that have an idea, but they have no idea how to start a business, what makes sense, right? Why would a student know how to start a business? So for the students who have an idea, we take them through the mechanics of entrepreneurship and we help them to test the idea out on paper before they go and invest a bunch of time and money and energy to go do this for real. There's a lot of work you can do in that early stage to assess the viability of the idea. And we spend a lot of time doing that in this particular stage. And the third stage are the folks who either show up to school with an idea and with a business that they ran in secondary school, or they followed our process and are ready to start their business while they're in school. And for those students, we actually call this an accelerator. It's like a co-working space. They use the Center for Entrepreneurship as their home base. They use it as their office space, and they get a key to the building. They get a key to the Center for Entrepreneurship, and they can come and go anytime, night or day, and use that as their office space. So these are the three types of students that we work with. The vast majority are in those early stages where instilling the entrepreneurial mindset is really the top priority. So when it comes to mindset versus mechanics, I like to use this model, right? This is the life cycle of a business. And when you think about it, the first stage of a business is you're trying to figure out, what am I going to do? How am I going to create a product or a service that's going to create enough value that people are willing to trade their hard-earned money for my product or service? And once you figure out the recipe, that first orange dot appears. That first orange dot means that you've taken your first dollar of revenue. Then you grow your business for as long as you can. And at some point in time, you either need to change up the business or go out of business because it gets old and tired and it needs to be refreshed. But a business school spends all of its energy in between those orange dots. The business school says, you've taken your first dollar of revenue. Now, how do we do the accounting, the administratives, computer information systems, all of the subjects of a business school get applied there? But if you think about entrepreneurship, entrepreneurship doesn't take place in between those dots. The entrepreneurship takes place before that. And as you heard from Dr. Nora, those characteristics, those mindset are different. And so here it's observation, problem solving, experimentation, adaptation, the resourcefulness, resilience, all these things that are required for somebody to have the courage to be able to go off and try something that hasn't been done before, to step out of their comfort zone and do something meaningful and interesting with their own talents. So what we talk about on campus is the fact that if this is what entrepreneurship means, then what do you need to study in order to learn this? And higher education is not necessarily set up to instill an entrepreneurial mindset. Students have elementary school and secondary school, and then they come to college and they're taught a failing grade is bad. Failure is bad. They're told what to think, they're told when to think it, they're told how to study and what to learn, and they go through that process, and we train them for the first 22 years of their lives to follow the rules. And the one thing that you need to understand about entrepreneurs is they don't follow the rules, because the whole point of entrepreneurship is to try to do things new and different. And so it really, instilling that mindset is very, very important to prepare students to go out into the real world. And very often that instinct to try new things kind of gets hammered out of a student by the time they graduate from college. So the challenge for a Center for Entrepreneurship and for an entrepreneurship curriculum, yes, provide them with the tools they need to start a business, but focus on the fact that the tools themselves in the hands of somebody that is not allowing themselves to be creative, they're not going to be resourceful, they're gonna shy away from failure and experimentation, that's going to be a problem. Those are going to be milestones that have to be overcome. So instilling an entrepreneurial mindset is very, very important. So once you start down that path and the student starts to have an idea of their own of what they would like to pursue, well, then you get into, well, where does the motivation come from? And I like to use this model. And so when you talk to somebody and they've come through college and they've come through all this educational system, they've been told what to do and when to study and how to study and what to learn. All of the motivation that they have had up to that point is a form of behavior modification. It's somebody telling them this is what you need to do. And so extrinsic motivation is telling somebody you have a due date. Your due date is this day. You've got to get something done on time. And that motivation comes from avoiding the consequences of missing the deadline. That's a whole different type of motivation than the motivation that comes from within. It's that drive that you have to do something even when it's not assigned to you. It's doing it even when it requires sacrifice, because it hasn't been it's not something that's within your job description. You care enough about it, you're connected enough to the outcome that you can't stop yourself from doing it. So where does that motivation come from? In a world where students have a very structured environment, where does that come from? Well, if you take this model, as we move through education, we're constantly learning new skills along the x-axis, and we're applying those to new challenges, which is your y-axis. And we move back and forth trying to acquire skills and take on new challenges. But when those are assigned to you, we move pretty slowly up and to the right because we're being dragged in that direction. So what you find out is that if you're developing a lot of skills, but you're not taking on a new challenge, that's boredom. That's what that feels like. And by the same token, if you have no skills and you're jumping in without taking on challenges without the skills, that creates anxiety. That freaks us out. So the trick is to figure out, how do we move in this optimum performance so that we are taking on new skills, taking on new challenges, and accelerating up and to the right. And the way people move up and to the right willingly is by having a compelling goal. That compelling goal is not their parents' goal. It's not their friend's goal. It's not their professor's goal. It's their goal. And sometimes figuring out what their goal is 90% of the challenge, because they haven't been in that creative space where they've started to take control over their own careers and their own lives yet. So a lot of that has to be retooled in the mind of a student. We talked on our list before about the power of choice. Choice is one of those entrepreneurial mindset elements that says that you have to take responsibility for your own life. Opportunities are not going to drop in your lap. And if you want to go follow the path that's been blazed in front of you, then by all means, get your degree, follow the path. But if you recognize that you have the power of choice to make your own decisions, set your own agenda, choose your own future, it unlocks something in somebody when they have a compelling goal to assign all of those new mindset elements to. So how do you get somebody to figure out what that is? Well, there's the ideation workshops that we went through, but this is the work of somebody that I'm a big fan of, and it's the 3 most important questions that you can ask of any human being who is going through the exercise of figuring out what they want to do with their life. The first one is, what experiences do you want in life? Forget about the business, forget about the implications or the how or the viability of these ideas. What experiences do you want? Let's start there. And once you describe those experiences, then you say, well, what personal growth is going to be required for you to have those experiences? Simple. In order to do that, I'm going to have to figure out how to learn a second language, or I'm going to have to learn how to do something. Okay, let's put that on the agenda of things that you're going to do, because they're connected to the things that are most important to you. The third thing is, what contribution do you want to make? That gets them outside themselves. It starts to recognize the bigger view of what they can do with their lives. It gives them purpose and fulfillment. And without purpose, that intrinsic motivation dies out pretty quick. So if we can get students to answer these 3 questions as the first step to figuring out, how do I learn these entrepreneurial mindset characteristics and figure out how to apply them to myself and my life, not because they're assigned, but because you are in charge of your own destiny. That's the role of the Center for Entrepreneurship. So another favorite slide of ours is to talk about, well, where do I begin? Well, when you talk about where the best ideas hide, it's when you can take your passion and your talents and then figure out how to address the needs of others. When you're chasing your own needs and trying to figure out how to make money for yourself or how to get personal glory or gratification, that tends to wear out. That doesn't create that resilience that we talk about in entrepreneurship. You've got to figure out how to solve problems worth solving and try to create meaning and value with the work that you do. And so if you can assign that or work to address the needs of others, you're off to a good start. And then the last thing that we'll talk about is, yes, there are mechanics involved in entrepreneurship. And sometimes we can try to jump the gun and get ahead of ourselves. And we really encourage students to slow down. Let's get the mindset, let's apply it to something they want to get done, but let's follow a process that allows you to move step by step and make sure that you're building the foundation that you need in order to be successful in the work that you're about to do. It starts off by saying, is a problem solved? Let's go validate the fact that this idea is worthwhile. We all get ideas and we think this is the greatest thing ever because it sounds so good in our head. And when we go and talk to our friends and our family, they love us, they're encouraging, they want us to feel good about our ideas, and they say, good idea. That's not market research. That's friends who are trying to support us and make us feel good. So we don't want to spend time doing those kind of things. We want to understand, are we solving a problem worth solving? Do we understand the competitive landscape? What other choices do people have to solve this problem other than the one that we propose? And then once you come up with that value proposition of what makes my solution different enough that some subset of the market will do business with me, then you've got to go test that out to see if that's right. And that is not a validating process. We're not trying to look to prove to ourselves that the idea is good. We really have to go out into the marketplace and figure out and do discovery. We have to ask the open-ended questions and get the feedback about what's really happening in the marketplace. How are people really making decisions? And if it just so happens that that matches well with the solution that we're trying to create, that's great. But very, very often it does not align. And that's why you have to pivot. That's why you have to change your idea and make modifications to the idea and truly understand what your customers are looking for. And once you go through that customer discovery process and you incorporate that feedback into your idea, now you have the basis to go out into the market and try something new. And then we start to build a business model. Too often we jump right through the first stage and we try to assign a price to what we do. We build a bunch of inventory and we cross our fingers and we go out into the market. We want to do the work up front so that we remove as much risk from that process as humanly possible. So within that business model phase, then that's when we figure out what are our real costs in delivering this value and how much would we need to charge in order to cover not just the material costs, but cover the labor that's required to make that possible. And then we get into making sure that we can deliver enough of that product or service to make the whole model work correctly. Again, so far, we've come 2/3 of the way through the process and we've invested no money. That's the key. You do not need a bunch of money to get this far in the process because you're just doing your homework. You're asking questions, you're connecting yourself to your marketplace. And when you do that, you every step along the way remove risk so that by the time you get to the part where you're taking customers and you're starting to think about scaling your business, the chances of success are much higher. So for a Center for Entrepreneurship on campus, we support students who have an entrepreneurial goal in mind. But entrepreneurship loosely defined means that it's somebody who has some objective, some driving motivation for what they want to do with their life. And we try to help them to understand that they are in control of their own destiny. They have the tools and resources available to them if they ask, but they have to ask. They have to be resourceful. They have to get out of their comfort zones. They have to take some chances. They have to show courage. And if you can do that, then you differentiate yourself from the vast majority of the human population that is comfortably moving through life and dealing with only the things that are dropping in your lap. And if you talk to every entrepreneur and ask them what they all have a story of how they started. And the story is usually not that they were in it for the money. It's that they were in it for some higher purpose. It's usually not that their original idea turned out to be the one that was successful. It's usually some loose connection to the idea they started with because they're open-minded. They asked the questions and they were willing to modify their idea over time based on the feedback they received. So we're trying to get students to approach life as an experiment. When we do experiments in the lab and they don't work out, we shrug our shoulders and say, that was interesting, let me try something else. But when we do that in our own life, we don't give ourselves the grace of the same understanding. We say, oh, somehow we try something in life, and if it doesn't work out, it's a reflection on our character or our intelligence or on our long-term viability as a professional human being. That's not the case. You have to get that out of the student mindset. Life is an experiment and an adventure. And if they approach it that way, then things work out, some things don't. We don't think of those as good, bad, fail, pass. We think of that as expected and unexpected. If something unexpected happens, you've learned something. And if we can think of life that way as entrepreneurs, then we become resilient because the setbacks don't feel like negative reflections on us as human beings. So all of these things tied together is it's a way of thinking. It's a way of approaching life. It's a way of approaching education so that we are better equipped to handle life because life's tricky and the opportunities sometimes are unexpected and that's part of it. And so you've got to be able to handle that. And we try to get our students to focus that way so that they're better able to handle it. So again, thank you very much for inviting us to join you. We really appreciate being part of your journey. And as we move forward, we talk about the end of the grant. By no means is this the end of our relationship. All the programs, all the events, all the content, all of the things that we continue to learn all the way, we look forward to a collaboration so that we can continue to share that and then have you in turn share what you're learning and we all get better for it. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Come. You know, go and
I gotta get-
you can't get a picture, you can't get a present without a picture.
I'm out.
I'm standing in front.
Thank you very much, Eric. Don't forget your homework. Yes, the Zulu homework. You know, I'm one person who always carry a lunchbox when I'm going to events because I want to take leftovers. And what my takeaway from what you've said is that entrepreneurs, they are responsible for their destiny. So I think since this discussion or this presentation is recorded, and I think my students will benefit a lot from that, they will always go back and learn from what you've just said. Thank you very much. In the morning, I forgot to acknowledge the contribution of the Entrepreneurship Committee, the AZED organizers. Thank you very much, guys, for all the hard work that we have done. I remember Professor Makikaba one day, she was very stressed and I walked into her office and she was just shouting, I had to go back. So I know the stress that you went through to make sure that this day becomes possible. Thank you very much. So going to the next item on segment number 2 or session 1, it's Professor Willie with the topic Entrepreneurship, Collaboration and Networks. You can come say. Prof. Freilin said Professor Makikaba is in China with another collaboration. We hope in future we'll have something like this, but now with the focus of China.
Okay. Good morning, and thank you once again for the invitation to what I believe is fast becoming an important network in the South African and African academic fraternity through the contribution that University of Zululand is occupying in bringing us here every year, not just for events like these ones, but also for the conference, which is coming up soon. I consider myself a friend of the University of Zululand, though I'm working for the University of Fort Hare. I need to be very careful because my dean is here, so I must phrase it nicely so that it doesn't appear. But there's just a wonderful vibe that the University of Zululand community have created for gatherings such as these. And I say so because every year I always bring my master's and PhD students, and they always say that this has been a friendly environment to be in to share ideas. So commend Prof. Kreiling and your team for this wonderful, wonderful platform you've created. So this morning I've been given a task to talk about the role of the entrepreneurship, collaborations and networks. And in so doing, I come out of a recent successful story of getting a paper published or accepted for publication, which I think I should now change the title. The title was, We Need Our Own Superheroes and Their Stories Towards Decolonized Teaching Within the Management Sciences. And this morning I learned a story of Mbali, that I am Mbali, you are Mbali, we are all Mbalis. So that's something that we can take along, that if I had an opportunity, maybe I still do, we could try and bring in this Mbali story that we have. I also come out of another backdrop of an event we just hosted at the University of Fort Hare 2-3 weeks ago, where we invited entrepreneurs within the community that we belong in the Eastern Cape, and to try and give them a platform where they can ventilate their stories and their issues rather, and also to give audience to some of the issues that we are discussing in this platform. And these are some of the participants to the study and one of the to the workshop. And one of the things that's been fascinating about this gathering is that I've managed to collate some pointers which we can use as basis of the presentation this morning. I want to then, using these stories in the participant session that I chaired, to then present to you some possible reasons why networks, entrepreneurship networks and collaborations are needed in the time period that we're living in. I think the work before us needs such collaborations and networks. Now, if you are new to the South African context, you just have to observe what is happening in our cities and communities, the high rate of unemployment that we have. Now, sadly, this unemployment phenomena is not just within those that are trying to get into work. We are witnessing through the research we are doing some people who have been in 15, 20 years of employment, who all of a sudden have to be told that, oh, this is where it ends. Find your way, this is where it ends. And maybe a program director, your session friends with China. It could be that the Chinese entry into the South African market has also created some of these instabilities that we are watching. This is not to say we can't work with the Chinese, of course, but this is just to say we are living in a very complex time in our history. Now, such networks become useful outlets through which we can preach, if you like, the entrepreneurial gospel to the world around us. The second point, which came out very clearly, we are not living in isolation, and we must coexist. And part of this coexistence is finding ways and platforms through which academics like me can also see my classroom as an important a venue in which discussions of access, discussions of bringing together inclusivity, and discussions around giving opportunity can also be used. I mean, it's sad, and the colleague from the US really painted a picture of some things that are happening. We are teaching our students, especially in some of our institutions, to be mini replicas of ourselves. Don't challenge the system. This is how you do it. Stepping out might result in a little bit of challenges here. And the Japanese say it nicely, the nail that sticks out shall be hammered back in. So conformity is the way to do it. And unfortunately, the new generation of students we are teaching are really not in that confined bubble and space. I mean, you have to do the history of South Africa by looking at the historical movement of the fees must fall movement. Some of these vibrant voices that you're seeing in Parliament today emerged out of that student movement, wanting to say, look, things can't continue the way they are. So collaborations also by nature become an important tool, I believe, to challenge what I call historical power and privilege. Now, again, if you're new to the South African context, you will understand that universities like mine and the University of Zululand are classified under one cohort, which is these so-called historically disadvantaged universities. I think in America, you've got your historically Black universities, Howard and all of that. And we would fit into that category. But when you notice then, even in employment circles, we've just completed a tracer study where we are finding that the type of university that you attend ultimately becomes an important determinant whether you get that job or not. Inherently, students from our institution are not seen favorably in certain contexts. So collaborations in trying to assist our students in challenging this historical power and privilege become an important tool to which we can destabilize the order. But collaborations and networks, I believe, are the next chapter and frontier to solving these global challenges that we have. We are not going to do it alone. And the time for that realization or that message to be sent through becomes quite important. And that came across very strongly in this session that we had. So what is stalling these collaborations and networks? And I thank Eric for some of the pointers that he gave, because they really are, and I'm glad they're coming from their context, because we can actually compare what is happening. There's a lack of appreciation of the other. There's a lot of power dynamics that are inherent in the system. And these power dynamics, therefore, then become ways of holding progress really at ransom. The fear and the protection of what some would call vested interests, and vested interests are even questionable in this regard. The lack of know-how or an excessive know-how. It becomes important because we talk a lot about the challenge of literacy and all of that, but it could be also the challenge of excessive information within our network and the failure to be able to apply it to something that is of good. So I want to tell an African story as I am coming to the end, and it's a story really about gold. You will notice that to our American colleagues, we are very big on gold this side of the world. The story of gold has inherently been a part of the African fabric. You go to any part of the continent, gold becomes an important mineral wealth that a lot of the countries are trading in. But what's sad about the story of gold on the continent is that some of the countries that are in deep ruins right now, it is not because they do not have mineral deposits and wealth, but it is the management of that gold and those interests that I was talking about earlier on. So it's a little case study I'm writing about a little community that is found in the West African community of Mali and Burkina Faso. You will notice that Hollywood likes to play a lot in movies around African Blood Diamond. You remember that movie? I remember the scene where he had to hide a diamond under his foot and he pretends he goes to help himself. And that just is an amazing illustration of that. In my own country of Zimbabwe, we do have what we call the Chiadzwa gold in Chimanimani, where there is a lot of gold and mineral deposits that's there. And Al Jazeera did I won't say a good job, but they told a story around how African gold is ending up in Dubai and the journey that it is taking, and some interesting revelations there. But this story was published in the Journal of Archaeological Science by two Western, if you like, in the context, Rarin and Nixon. And they started telling the story that in 2014, from the University of East Anglia, Sam Nixon was an archaeologist who decided to venture out into Mali to try and understand how gold was separate from other minerals, particularly from that community. Now, you must understand the dynamics there for a person from the West to come to an African country to try and say, there is something we are not doing right that we can learn from this community. And that created a whole platform where he started visiting this community in Mali, and he started finding that there were molds and cauldrons containing glass, which was stained in the gold. So his natural assertion there was that there must be a link between these molds and traces of gold and glass. So he deduced that however the refining process could have been, it had something to do with this glass. And then he starts chronicling the whole journey about how this Malian community was doing all of that. Now, at first interest, when I read the story to my students and we started interrogating it further, there was really nothing fascinating about the story to them, because their natural persuasion of understanding was that, well, trace the history of diamonds in Botswana. The Botswanan government has had to address this, where a diamond mined in Botswana gets taken to Europe, gets polished, and comes back to Botswana at a very astronomical price that even the ordinary Botswana people cannot afford that diamond. And so when we started unpacking the story further, I then asked the students to say, what can we trace from stories such as these? And these were some of the pointers they did raise, purely an African story and an experience. And it was challenging what we spoke earlier on about traditionally held beliefs, contrary to centuries and beliefs. It was Africa, the African continent, that was producing one of the most effective methods of refining gold, which at that particular time did not even have as much environmental harm as the other methods that were being used. But this story had not been told. And I want to say to us this morning, in us trying to form these collaborations and networks, each of us are given an opportunity to work with purely rich stories that are based on the experiences that we are accumulating. And the next frontier really is a frontier that tries to tap into those stories to try and see how we can come up with progress for the sake of development and assisting, especially our student cohort. One of the other things that was interesting about this story was around how the aspect of innovation became quite important. So taken from the study, Nixon then suggested that in this part of Mali, the process of the purification of gold involved methods and techniques that were not only safe and not harmful to the environment, but were purely also safe to the miners themselves. And I want to plead with us as scholars and practitioners that ours is also an imperative of setting the pace, particularly not just with innovation, but with issues related to entrepreneurship and collaboration. Now, I would like to commend the efforts that have been done through all the, I think our guest speaker, Nora spoke a lot about it in terms of the appreciation of the work that we are doing in South Africa to change the narrative around turning our students into entrepreneurs and seeing entrepreneurship as a viable and an option that they can take as they exit the system. But also, it was also important in that story again to actually see how the local solutions that were grown from that North African country became actually linked to global ramifications. And I note this with concern because when we do surveys with our students around what they would like their entrepreneurial pursuit or their innovation, whatever they're coming up with, purely sometimes it's to benefit someone with this local community, which nothing is wrong with that. But we're starting to see also support coming also from our provincial government that we need to be expansive in actually seeing our students, seeing beyond the horizon, seeing some of their innovations being used outside of their context and outside and purely into the context in which the global arena that they operate within. I want to then end by this slide here. From this story, how then can we encourage entrepreneurship, collaborations, and networks? The first pointer, I think there is need to bring these entrepreneurs into our classroom. Now, there's a debate going on in some of the circles that we are hanging out in, that should the professor who teaches entrepreneurship be the professor who has published 15 to 20 articles, including one in entrepreneurship theory and practice, you name all the big journals, or should it be that person who has that entrepreneurial experience without necessarily publishing in ETP or all these other journals? And in so doing, some friends from the unions are complaining that you're then trying to make people lose jobs. And one of the approaches that we've adopted as a department in all our subjects, we've told all the lecturers that a component of the teaching must be dedicated to inviting guest lecturers into the classroom who may not necessarily be academics. And that has now been received quite well because no better person to talk about strategy than the manager and director who is actively involved in strategy. Excuse me for wanting to locate myself as a strategy scholar, but the practitioners then become an important vehicle through this, how this can be done. The second pointer we've adopted also are, and the importance of these cross-cultural collaborations. I was so happy to note the role that students are playing to this meeting and this event that we're having. And I think this becomes important that we allow for mobility of students. We're actively doing it on the African continent, particularly with collaborations in Uganda. And you just have to visit Uganda to see how the need for entrepreneurial pursuits are actually being encouraged purely because of the situation that they're in. Then the second thing which we are trying to introduce with resistance as well, supporting student entrepreneurs on campus. It is sad that part of some of the policies that are somewhere in the institutions are policies that are discouraging not just staff members from doing business within the university, but also students themselves. And one of the things that is noted here is the necessity to use the university ecosystem as important and as an enabler that allows students to also see themselves developing their entrepreneurial capabilities within that context. The fourth pointer, enhancing university industry collaborations that support entrepreneurs. And this comes from our experience. The lady that you see in the picture there, she runs a social enterprise that makes sanitary pads from using pineapples, which have been turned into pads that could be used. And we asked the peels from the pineapples, and we asked the process of how this has happened, and also some of the samples. And they note that in their context, particularly around the Queenstown area in the Eastern Cape, that schoolgirls are missing hours of school purely because of that situation that they face as part of life, and how even difficult for a male to express it. But the point is the point is that there are entrepreneurs who are finding local solutions to some of the challenges that are there. And we're following up with them to actually try and find out the impact their contribution has made, particularly to these young schoolgirls. The fifth point, informing policy directions on matters of entrepreneurship. I've just had the privilege of being appointed through the Small Business Development Ministry to head up a cluster that is going to be looking at setting an student entrepreneurship strategy from the Department of Small Business Development. And one of the things we will be reaching out to is using some of the experiences that have been happening here at the University of Zululand to inform that policy, especially related to student entrepreneurships. Then the sixth point, sustainable networks that are not only intentional in terms of impact and reach, but also networks that are there to be driven through the participation that must exist between not just the university, but also the community. And finally, I noticed the next speaker will talk a bit about that, the scholarship that is linked to such entrepreneurial collaborations and networks. And I think it will be a great platform for maybe the University of Zululand and the University of Fort Hare to consider pioneering the starting of an entrepreneurship journal that focuses especially just on student entrepreneurial issues as a body of thought. And that will become a great platform through which we can not only profile research related to student entrepreneurship, but also case experiences that are related to student entrepreneurs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before you leave, may I ask you to actually join me here? Ask Prof. Riley to assist us with this. All right. Shift to the side, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, I would like us to move quickly to our next few speakers that are to follow. And I would like to actually remind our speakers that we're allocated 20 minutes. And Mr. Pipes and I and Debo, I would like to apologize. I might have to take a bit 5 minutes of your time in your presentation, probably have 15 minute, so that we do not stand in the way of people in lunch. Thank you very much. Dr. Ayandibo with the presentation using research as an entrepreneurship development tool.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to appreciate the leadership of our faculty and the university here, Professor Krelin and other directors here, the US Embassy delegate, and also our colleagues from upstate. Like my MC said earlier, all protocols have been observed, and I would like to be talking about using research as an entrepreneurship development tool. Before I go into my presentation, I know I've been given 15 minutes. I'll be fast about it. I'll pick it up from where Dr. Nora Clark spoke about us being the Imbali. So my role here is just for me to remind us as Imbalis in this house that we've got some roles to play when it comes to research. One of the things we need to remind ourselves about is we are in charge. And when it comes to entrepreneurial research, we, the lecturers, we, the researchers, we really have to play an important role. So I'm here to encourage us, and I'm also here to give us some pointers on the benefits of entrepreneurial research in our institutions and also within the community. I've got the outline that I'm going to follow, but I said I'm going to make it very fast. I'll start with the introduction, understanding entrepreneurship, the types of entrepreneurial research, benefits of using entrepreneurial research, steps in conducting entrepreneurial research, research techniques, then case study. I will dwell more on the case study here. I will dwell more on the challenges in entrepreneurial research, and also I will dwell more on integrating research into business strategy. So I will just go straight into those points. Now, when you talk about research, the main reason why we're doing research is for us to get more information. There might be problems, there might be situations, but we're trying to look at these situations as how can we get the way forward? How can we try as much as possible to implement strategies that can help us to achieve our goals when it comes to solving these problems? Before I go ahead, under my introduction, I'll be looking at some importance of research in entrepreneurship. When you talk about entrepreneurship, as we are all aware, we've got different sides to entrepreneurship. We've got different aspects. We've got examples like women entrepreneurship, youth entrepreneurship. We've got social entrepreneurship and the likes. Now, when it comes to this research, we're trying to find out what are those things that we need to know. What are the problems? And we're trying to get some solutions. One of the reasons why, or importance of entrepreneurship research is to get informed decision making. You cannot decide if you've not done your research. You cannot conclude. We can't just wake up in the morning and say, yeah, this is what is happening and this is the solution. But before we can get that solution, we must first of all look at what are the issues that are currently in place when it comes to entrepreneurship. So it helps us to be able to have what we call informed decision making, because you've gone out there, you've got the information, the data has been collected, has been analyzed. Then based on the results, the findings, then we can dwell straight into the solution. Also, it helps to identify opportunities, risk mitigation, validation of ideas and the likes. When you look at this research of a thing, we call it research, but know that it's a way by which you're trying to know more. It's a way by which you're trying to get more information in order for us to be able to get solutions to such problems. Then it also helps when it comes to competitive advantage. You're able to do your research, you get more information. By getting those information, then we can build on those information to be able to compete within and also outside of the country. Then we also have the types of entrepreneurial research. We have your market research, which helps to understand the target audience, competitors, and the market trends. So when we do market research, like one of our speakers said earlier, we do market research in order for us to get more information, understand the target audience, you understand your customers. We're trying to understand the competitors also, because as entrepreneurs, remember, entrepreneurs work, or let's say they have their businesses within a community or within a given area. By the end of the day, there are some competitors that they have, and they're able to learn from these competitors. We also have our product research. This helps to define and also to develop products and services based on customers' needs. So this research also needs to be done in order for us to be able to get the need, to be able to know the need of our customers that we are trying to meet up with or trying to sort out. Then we have industry research, identifying opportunities and threats within the industry. What are those opportunities? What are those threats? That's why we do what we call our SWOT analysis, the strengths and weaknesses within, and also the opportunities and threats that talks about the external environment. So this has been done in order for us to be able to understand the industry well. As a researcher, we try to understand where we're coming from. We are actually from the academia, but we're trying to research on how to improve entrepreneurship. Then the last type of research here, when it comes to entrepreneurial research that I've picked up here, is the financial research. We analyze financial feasibility and also potential funding sources. When you talk about research also in entrepreneurship, it's very difficult for us to do research without funds. We go out into the community, we try to get information to source for data and the likes. We still need money in order for us to be able to do such. Now, I'll move straight to the benefits of using entrepreneurship or entrepreneurial research. I've got quite a few there, and I'll quickly pick some. We have market understanding. When you do your research, we have our students, our postgraduate students that are researching on entrepreneurship, different aspects. It might be women entrepreneurship, youth entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship, informal entrepreneurship, and the likes. But at the end of the day, it helps to be able to understand the market. It helps to be able to understand what is happening outside of the university. Then it also helps to improve innovation. When it comes to entrepreneurial research, we try as much as possible to do this research in order for us to be able to come up with new ideas, to come up with solutions in order for us to be able to solve the problem within the society. Then it helps to identify opportunities, as I said earlier, and also competitive advantage. Then it helps for risk mitigation. So as an entrepreneur, we always say an entrepreneur is a risk taker. But it's always good for us to advise entrepreneurs to be able to take what you call the calculated risk. So if they're able to take the calculated risk, it helps them to be able to know that, oh, what we are trying to venture into, it's something that is almost 100% certain, though it will not be 100% certain. Then we also have steps in conducting entrepreneurial research. I've got 15 steps there, but I'll dwell on the ones on the right, which is you define the objectives. As I said earlier, we have postgraduate students that are interested in researching on entrepreneurship. When they come to us, do we ask them or do we try to impose topics on them? We need to we need to try as much as possible to also give them their voice. Let them come. I'm interested in entrepreneurship. I want to research on entrepreneurship. What aspect? It's not for us to say, I'm imposing this on you. Then you need to first define the objectives, clearly state what you want to achieve when it comes to this research. So it's a type of a thing that we do. We call our postgraduate students, we engage them, we let them talk or speak their mind. Then from there, we can now guide them on what they want to do. Then we collect data, gather information from various sources. It can be via interviews or questionnaires and the likes. Then we move to analyzing those data. So once data has been collected, definitely it needs to be analyzed in order for us to be able to get the information. Here is where we are going to. When it comes to collecting data, analyzing data, we get the results. What do we use the results for? When it comes to implementation, when it comes to insight, try to apply it when it comes to the insight, utilize the research findings to guide decision making. So when it comes to this, once we get the results, some of us, we try to do research. At the end of the day, we get the information, but where do we push it to? This data, this analyzed data, this information that we get, how do we try as much as possible to maximize the result that we had? So that's what we're trying to talk about, that we try to utilize these findings to be able to get solutions to the main research questions and problems that we have earlier. We have different types of techniques. I'll move a little bit ahead, then I'll move to these two stories of these two companies. When it comes to research-driven entrepreneurship, there are some successful organizations. I picked one from America, then I picked the second one from South Africa. The first one talks about, the name of the company is SpaceX, and this company is funded by Elon Musk. One of the main things that facilitated that actually piqued interest on here is that the process of how this business came into existence and the process of how this also came into existence, they are very, very similar. Before this business started, they actually did a little bit of research. They started with research to find out what are those things that we need to do based on this type of business. Now, this business has, they actually use innovative technology within the system. And it's also a business that was founded, and it's actually following what we call the research-driven approach. Before they started, they researched. The business is in existence. They still keep on researching. You can't stop researching. So they keep on researching and the business is still there. Then we have the aeronautics business. This is a South African business. I think this started in 2014. This business also followed what you call the research-driven approach. Before the business started, they identified problems. Then they tried to do a little bit of research to find out if the business can actually be set up. So the business was set up, and at the end of the day, another thing that we need to note about this business is that even to date, they still do research, because we are in the world where change is always coming. It's constant. So by doing that, the research keeps coming, and they keep doing their research in order for them to be able to move a bit further. So those case studies are like successful businesses that they've actually based their business on what we call the research-driven approach in order for them to be able to improve on daily basis. Now, we also have some challenges when it comes to entrepreneurship or entrepreneurial research. One of the major challenges that we have here is limited resources. We might have the idea, we might have the idea, we want to try to achieve one or two things. By the end of the day, do we really have the resources? And resources here can actually be your finances, it can be time and the like. So this is also a very big problem when it comes to entrepreneurial research. Then we also have information overload. When it comes to entrepreneurial research too, information overload is one of the major issues that we face when it comes to this. And how can we try as much as possible to avoid this or to reduce this? When it comes to data collection, when it comes to getting information from our respondents, we should be able to know that if you're doing your research based on your quantitative approach or qualitative approach, all this must be spelled out. We must know exactly what we want to achieve. So thereby looking at the best approach in order for us to be able to get the right information at the right time and also for the problem at hand. Then we have accuracy of data. When it comes to accuracy of data, we all know that there are times we say we want to collect data. We send people out and say they're data collectors. Let's give them money, let them go and get information. I tell you, some of these guys, they go do what you call, they cook those data. When I say cook, some of them might just stand somewhere and start filling all these things. So at the end of the day, how can you test to be sure that this data is accurate? So one of those things to do is when we need to collect data in research, it's very good for the main researcher to also be part of the data collection, because this has really happened a lot. You just see them just go and collect data. Before you know it, you see the handwriting is the same. You see that the ticks are almost very, they are like. So all these things, we can try as much as possible to avoid this, because it's also a major challenge when it comes to entrepreneurial research. So as one of the Imbalis here, as I said earlier, try to, when we're doing research, we need to be fully involved when it comes to data collection. Then I'll move straight to the overcoming entrepreneurial research challenges. How do we overcome these challenges? I've got a couple of points here. I will just pick few. The first one talks about prioritization. Focus on key research areas aligned with business goals. So if you're doing a research based on business, or you're trying to do a research based on how to improve an organization, then we must first look at what are the goals of that organization. Once we know the goals of the organization, then we can now focus the research on the goals and make sure that it's been aligned to the goals of that organization. As the previous speaker spoke about collaboration, Professor Willie, when it comes to entrepreneurial research, entrepreneurship is a worldwide thing. We can even try to do what you call your comparative studies. How is it being done in America? How is it being done in South Africa? How is it being done in Uganda and the like? So collaboration also plays an important role when we try to involve our colleagues from outside of the country or outside of the province that we are in. Then we also have your clear objectives, define precise research goals. Before we can actually have those research questions, your research objectives and the likes, you must be able to have what you call the strong problem statement. What exactly are we trying to achieve in order for us to be able to sort out that same research? Give me 2 minutes, I'll be done now. Then I'll quickly talk about the entrepreneurial research and projects that we're doing currently within the university. I will quickly rush through that. We've got the women entrepreneurship, we've got the social entrepreneurship, we've got renal failure patients involvement in entrepreneurship. All these are entrepreneurial projects that are being done within the faculty. And we've got postgraduate students, we've got staff and the likes that are actually doing or running these programs. In conclusion, one of the things I would like us to also note here is that we have different projects. We try as much as possible to do projects, but how about trying to put or add a little bit of research into it? We have the US and South African collaboration. What data can we get from this in order for us to be able to improve what we should do in future? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. We have taken exactly 27 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, Prof, I think we need to sign an invoice to EDHE. They've requested that I must just advertise on their behalf. So they need to be charged. So colleagues, we are approaching EDHE Lehotla, which is going to be held at University of the Western Cape on the 4th to the 8th of September. Dr. Nora requests that we support this. You can just go to www.edhe.co.za for you to register. This year's theme is social innovation for social impact. They just request that we support them. The invoice is following though. Well, I grew up in an environment where both my parents were entrepreneurs. My grandmother and my mother were both entrepreneurs, and they were doing very well on their businesses. But the mistake they made was not for them to teach me how to be an entrepreneur at an early age. What they did, they pushed me to go to school so that I become an employee. And that's the challenge we are facing as a country these days, is that we teach our students to become employees instead of becoming entrepreneurs. And with all these challenges, unemployment and all that, we need to change our mentality. We need to change our attitude in terms of shaping our students to become entrepreneurs, starting their own businesses. The next person who's going to take the stage is Mr. Jesse Pipes, who's going to talk about how do we infuse entrepreneurship into our curriculum. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
All right, this is a sprint. So 15 minutes, I've got my colleagues here. You'll help me stay on track, which is really difficult for me to do. Sure. So I was asked to talk about the infusion of entrepreneurship in the academic curriculum, and I tried to give some time to think about that on the 30 some odd hours that it took to get here. And for me, it was really thinking about more of the diffusion of information and opportunity to the students that I get to work with. I love this narrative of Mbali. We're all on that journey, especially those of us that serve as lecturers. Now, as we think about this, I might be a little controversial, not really controversial, but I want to push just a little bit, because I think we have to ask the question, do we want our students to have jobs when they graduate so that they can start to form a livelihood, so that they can take the time that it might necessitate to incubate the ideas that formulate into formal entrepreneurial activities? Or is it that we want them to graduate with just enough information so that they can start some type of activity, but maybe they linger in that informal entrepreneurial space? I think it's something that we have to ask ourselves. In the United States, not too long ago, there were some universities, we'll call them law schools. They were advertising 90% employment rates upon graduation. The question we need to ask ourselves is, what were those graduates employed in? Was it the practice of law, or was it fast food, service industry jobs? They were employed, but we might say sort of informally or underemployed based on their degree. So for me, we have to ask this question of, what do we want our students to be when we talk about teaching entrepreneurship, when we talk about infusing entrepreneurship into the academic curriculum? And the word that came to mind for me was this idea of utility, right? So how do we start to think about the utility of academic curriculum and the projects that we might bring into the classroom? And so for me, that's teaching through entrepreneurship instead of teaching about entrepreneurship. So we think about this, right? The positive effects of an entrepreneurial mindset of the entrepreneurial student is that we may have economic growth, something we want in all of our communities, job creation, increased social resilience, but also individual growth. We talked about mindset. We talked about passion. This pursuit, this resilience comes from those spaces. But I also want the engaged student. I want an improved equality in the communities that I live, the communities that I teach in. But there's also a consequence to that. The Imbalis in the world, there's often a lack of time and resources. There's often impeding educational structures, but there's also assessment difficulties. It can be really hard to teach through entrepreneurship. How do I create this space for ambiguity, for the unknown, versus teaching to the rote memorization? Write a business plan, do a balance sheet. Those are competencies that we can think of that are very cognitive, but it's the non-cognitive skills that we've been talking about today that I think are harder to teach. So if I think about the future of work, I want to say that this has to do a little bit with context, but it's important that we understand, at least using this as a backdrop, that times will be changing. We have to understand what the future of work would look like. I won't read this list, but it's important to say that a lot of these are the things that I think we associate with the entrepreneurial mindset. The thing that the entrepreneur does is manage conflict resolution. They step into that role of a leader. They have emotional intelligence. I think there's opportunity in Africa. If I look, suggestions from some recent data say that Africa is the youngest and fastest growing continent in the world. And that by 2035, 1 in 4 people in the world will actually be African. Fascinating. We talked about ideas that come from our communities here. Well, we have to think about what that means for the future workforce in Africa. If the population is growing and they're getting younger, there's going to be even more competition for these jobs that we say are so scarce. But there's also an opportunity there when we think about, well, what constitutes the natural resources, if we will, both human and environmental in Africa. We talked about minerals earlier, a blessing and a curse. So how do we recognize that? But more importantly, I think it's that we recognize that there is a young and dynamic and energetic and creative workforce in Africa. So how do we cultivate that? The realities in the US, on the other hand, we're older, more slowly growing population. And we see some trends actually in lower educational improvements. So we're not without our own challenges. Now, if I think about what we typically do in entrepreneurial education, is also what I think about as that diagram that my colleague Eric Schlenker showed earlier. It's a similar story, but I'd call it routine value creation. We kind of think about it in this stepwise approach. We focus on operational competencies, so optimal configuration and efficiency, but that leaves us open for possible disruption. And I think in the educational pursuit of teaching through entrepreneurship, we should develop this idea, this notion of the explorative value creation. So that is how we put or develop entrepreneurial competencies in our youth. I think it's the knowledge, skills, and attitudes that will help them be good employees, because I think a good employee is a great place to be when you get out of school. And then you learn within an industry, you develop mentors that make you capable of understanding perhaps deeper insights to the way the real world works. So then maybe you can apply what you learned in school a little more efficiently. So let's call it learning by creating value. Okay, this is a step that I think has been a challenge for me personally, but it's something that I think is the role of creating utility in education, teaching entrepreneurial. And that is teaching my students to be first, right? We talked about the passion, but then I want to give them the productive asset, which is the knowledge base. That is the thinking part. But I have to create the space that is safe for them to do, all right? So be, think, do is the utility in education from my standpoint. I see my students as value creators. And if I can cultivate that by letting them see that they can provide value even while in the classroom, then hopefully they'll become better learners and apply that beyond. And I think that the goal of the classroom is to create artifacts. Artifacts that show that students can contribute to addressing problems and lead to identifying opportunities, which ideally will later in life or perhaps during their educational pursuits translate into real entrepreneurial activities. Venture creation, meaning they are starting the business, versus being entrepreneurial, seeing the problems and identifying the opportunities. So if I borrow Kolb's quadrant here of thinking about experience and transformative learning, experiential learning is the key piece, but we want to think about what does it mean to create those concrete or provide those concrete experiences. We have to leave space for reflective observation, but we also need to give the support for active experimentation and then this abstract conceptualization, which I think is something that gets missed when we teach about entrepreneurship instead of through entrepreneurship. So what we want to do is we want to find explorative value creation assignments in the classroom. We want to figure out ways that we can trigger emotional events and situations and activities for our students that lead to transformation. And that, in my opinion, is where the entrepreneurial competencies are developed. So in the classroom, I like to create fuzzy goals. We had compelling goals. I like to call them fuzzy goals because that means it is not clearly defined. That means I like to give a direction, but not a destination. And I expect the students to find their path along that goal. I believe in programmed ambiguity, so I try to provide enough to give guidance, enough structure that's based in the theory that, yes, we study, but it leaves enough room for that mindset of I am willing to fail today so that I can grow tomorrow. And I seek experiences for my students. So I believe in the business process, chain of cause and effect, and destination is unknown still, but the goals are precise. But I like to balance that with creativity. What is that framework for exploration and experimentation and trial and error? So what are these new boundaries that we can explore? In my classroom, and it's come up today, I really like to bridge and break down the barriers of the classroom. I like to reach out to the community. I like to find those entrepreneurs, yes, bring them into the classroom to tell their story, but more importantly, whether they agree to it or not, I also like to look at what's happening within the industries in my local communities. So in Western North Carolina, where we are, we have a very big tourism industry related to outdoor activities. There's actually an Outdoor Gear Builders Association of Western North Carolina, where we have product development. But we also have a host of associations that are specifically involved with what is happening in the industry in our community. And we can create informal scenarios where I have students paired, meaning they choose a business that operates within that industry, and I task them with dissecting what makes that business successful, but what are the shortcomings? And then they have to design an innovation or an extension of what that business could do to expand their market capabilities. The goal there is then to have them perhaps see that here's something that's formulated within an industry in my community. It could be a job that I have, but it also helps them formulate a deeper understanding of how that industry operates so that they can be more employable in that industry. And with any luck, after a few years, maybe they branch out on their own, or at least maybe they climb the ladder, or at least maybe they're more competitive than the other student from another university that's applying for that job. Another thing that I like to do is look for opportunities for us to look at those large established organizations in our community and our state. And it does require a lot of extra work, but actually extending that hand, breaking down the barriers and formulating those partnerships. We talked about networks in the previous couple slides. How do we build those networks? Well, we get out of the classroom. I'm not doing research, but I am knocking on doors, I'm picking up phones, and I'm looking for organizations that are willing to create the space to present the challenge. It represents something that those business leaders are actually trying to do. So an example of this is we had a large clothing brand in North Carolina. They're actually a global brand. I won't say their name because it's not important. But what is important is the executive leaders of that organization were dealing with real challenges as they were trying to explore opportunities for creating more social, not social, but sustainable business practices within their organization. They opened their doors to us because they want good employees. But we created a scenario or a case study that allowed students to respond in an entrepreneurial way to these challenges. So they present the real world challenge. The students get to respond entrepreneurially. Now, they may not be creating new ventures, but I think they're creating ideas that can be carried forward and implemented. But more importantly, they're creating and developing confidence. Now, I know we're close to lunch, and I had a lot more examples, but lunch is a space where we can continue to have dialogue. You can ask me about other scenarios of how we can teach through entrepreneurship versus teaching about entrepreneurship. And I'm going to put our students from Appalachian on the spot as well, because I think they represent a diversity of that. Some of them I've had in my classes and others have not. But I think the students from the University of Zululand and Appalachian, ask them about their pursuits. Yes, they are entrepreneurial now, but we also want to think about those opportunities of what is it in the classroom that we can do that allows us to infuse entrepreneurial education. And the last thing I want to say in terms of boundaries is I don't work in the business school all the time. If you want to infuse entrepreneurship at Uni Zulu, and if we want to do that in our other institutions, we have to look beyond the boundaries of the business school. And that is where amazing partnerships can happen as well. Take a student that's in design, take a student that's in the business school and allow them the space to help each other. And that is a belief that might actually lead to that partnership that creates that venturing enterprise for the students. I think we're all hungry, bellies are grumbling. I did the best I could. Talk to me over lunch if you have questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chess. I think your presentation was very informative, and we will engage you during our lunchtime. So colleagues, I think we are 35 minutes late. So I'm just going to request, instead of us taking the whole hour for our lunch, let's take 40 minutes and come back. It's just a request. I'm this driver who, democratic, I will allow my passengers to, to engage in a decision making. So I'm just requesting, colleagues, instead of us taking the whole hour, let's just take 40 minutes so that we continue. Thank you very much.
If our audience are willing to stay a little bit later.
Oh, yes, yes. I will open that.
See, there's always two options.
Yeah, I think most of us are here for tomorrow as well, so we can just engage after that. Thank you. You are free to go for your lunch, colleagues.
So what have we decided?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You know, what I like about such gatherings is that we feed our minds and also our bodies. We just fed our body. Now we are coming back where we are going to feed our minds. So we are going to shoot straight to this last segment of our program, which is session number 2. What will happen in this program is that we'll have our colleagues sharing their experiences in terms of what is their understanding about entrepreneurship, so as students. But before that, I'm just going to give Professor Kaseram an opportunity to share his experience on the topic of the role of entrepreneurship initiatives at universities in the economic development of a region. Professor Kaseram.
The reason I've been selected to be part of the research support or administrative team was because I wrote one paper which was unheard of in commerce faculty 20 years ago. And so they said, oh, this is the person for research. And so that's how I got it. So I've been there for many years. Then in 2014, they changed the structure. And so I became the deputy dean for research. And I've been there ever since. And although you're supposed to have 2 terms, but the way it's working out, I'm going to be there for 3 terms. And so I've just been lucky to be in this position. And so, so what I've done is I've changed my our RNA for those who don't know, it's stands for Research Niche Area. And all faculties had to identify a particular niche area that's relevant to our context. That is the Northern Zululand sub-region, which is largely rural, as you would discover. And so what I did was I tried to hone in on the entrepreneurship side of the projects that we either have been involved in through our PhDs, our community engagement activities, and through also our collaborations and MOUs with other institutions. And so I'm just going to give you a snapshot of the kind of projects that we've been involved in. And so you can see that FCAL, and I know Prof. Kreling already noticed that small FCAL there, and she says, that's unacceptable. Yeah. But anyway, forgive me, Prof. So in terms of the kind of projects we've been involved in, from a master's PhD projects involved local economic development, entrepreneurship development, entrepreneurship intention. And these were the major themes coming out of our PhDs, our masters, and also the articles that we, staff members and students and so on, have been writing. And a lot of our papers have come out of collaborations between our postgraduate students and the staff, and postgraduate students also working on their own with the community of practice
ever since we've started promoting things like the Mbali conference, which will be happening tomorrow, and that sort of thing. And so this has shaped the kind of research we get involved in. So as you can see, rural integrated development, and then there's Prof. Geely here, who has been very involved with local municipal governance issues, local economic development issues from a public administration perspective. Then we've been involved with things like agricultural cooperatives, both in terms of advising government, developing projects. I never include social entrepreneurship here, but advising government on what strategies we can develop to encourage rural communities involved in agriculture, in survivalist types of businesses, etc., to get involved in cooperatives and to extract greater benefits therefrom. And so, so these are the kind of activities we engage in. I'm not sure, I had to go in and out, so I'm not sure if Dr. Ayandibu spoke about cooperatives and social entrepreneurship and so on. And yeah, so that's what I'm referring to. Then we've done a lot of work on microfinancing. Now the economics of tourism, cultural tourism, and artifacts. That's a huge area. The Zulu culture has a glorious history of being, valiant warriors and uniting the Zulu nation, and there's a very rich history. There's lots of battle sites with issues related to colonialists and so on, and all of these are sites that are are visited by international guests, and but it is not as one would perhaps go to France or to Italy, and you've got all these route maps, and you got as soon as you get to the airport, there are all these pamphlets directing you to different places, different sites, and so on. It's also on one's cell phones and that sort of thing. So we still have a long way to go to catch up, but we as a university have this vision to do that, and so we have the starting point, and so. And as you will see, I will show you the kind of strategies we are thinking of in attaining these objectives. So other areas include things like dietary diversity, food security. But what does this have to do with entrepreneurship? It's we are dealing with small scale farmers, but if we understand the challenges of an area, then our entrepreneurial spirit will help us to identify projects that would add value and solve a problem. And so I'll mention some of these other things as well. Yeah, so so the use of ICT technology for entrepreneurial activity is becoming at center stage, because, for example, what the Chinese and the Indians have done in alleviating poverty on a massive scale, like 800 million, 500 million being moved out of poverty just because of connectivity and access to markets, to know-how and to knowledge and so on, and also involve transactions and that sort of thing. And so we've got a lot of catching up to do, but we have a vibrant faculty as well as a computer science department. And from what Eric shared last year about his student with the multiverse and that sort of thing, so those are the advantages we can grasp and incorporate into our strategies as well. And I will. So that's the strong message I would be carrying forth. And so in recent last year at our Mbali conference, we had come from the wholesale and retail CETA to our conference. They were impressed with the kind of work we were doing or the kind of research we were doing, and so they incorporated us into retailpreneurship. And that term was coined by Charlin, or he must have borrowed it from that CETA. And we've been engaging with them, and so we're on the brink of signing an MOU. And if you look at retail, that's a starting point for entrepreneurship for most for most small businesses is to, set up your corner shop, set up your small stall. And so there's great potential with this. And we are already looking at it. And whilst I was here, two of the presenters, Prof. Willie, I hesitate to embarrass myself with pronouncing his surname, so I know him as Prof. Willie, and Prof. Ayandibu. I'm prophesying here, Prof. Ayandibu. So Dr. Ayandibu emphasized things like research and so on, and in order for us to take retailpreneurship forward, we need to engage in concerted research with projects with the WNR CETA, and that's what the MOU is going to capture. Then the whole cannabis industry. And notice I put for medicinal usage and I put textile. And we developed a collaboration with the French. The institution is called South Africa France Agriculture Institute, and they've identified entrepreneurs from France who are interested in knowing the quality and so on of the cannabis that can be grown in the northern Zululand area, and they already provided funding, etc. And our agriculture department on the science is already they put forward a MOU, they put forward a research proposal, and that's going ahead. And we will come in as FCAL on the front related to cooperatives. So how through cooperative farming of cannabis for the retail and the pharmaceutical industries can add value to local community and sort out some of the problems in which you would see just now. So this is just a snapshot of the projects that we, in one way or the other, engaged in, and that is why I headed it, Research, Entrepreneurship, and CE stands for Community Engagement Themes. And so now I'm hoping I can get to the next slide. Okay, there's a chair. Okay, before I go into the nitty-gritties, I'm not sure, I cut and pasted, so I'm just setting the framework. I'm just setting the framework on well, what's our national objectives. And so our national objectives are captured in the National Development Plan, which was written in 2012. And well, they say the obvious solution is to increase the size of the continent's economy. We have, so much of natural resources, wonderful cultures, wonderful languages, and so on, and we need to take advantage of that. And so even in the South African context. So, our previous speakers spoke about research being important. And so just to give you some sobering statistics, currently, we have 54 doctorates per million in our society. The target is to make it 100 per million. And in order to do this, up to 2030, and this from 2012 to 2030, we have to produce 6,000 doctorates at our 26 tertiary institutions throughout the country. And I'm not sure how far we've gone, but we haven't reached that target of 6,000 per year. We've perhaps gone up to 3,500 or something like that, but I stand to be corrected. But that's how far behind we are in terms of generating people with specialized knowledge. And so they also argue to create environments for sustainable employment and economic growth. And if you look at the current policy documents, entrepreneurship is one of the major areas, given our high rate of unemployment and the inability for the economy to create jobs. Building a capable state, fighting corruption and so on. Social protection is important in our society, given the large amount of inequality in our society. Entrepreneurship has been seen as a panacea, and small business development. So there's a number of organizations related to that, as you'll see later. But a sobering stat is that if you look at total entrepreneurial activity, and that is businesses that are less than 3 years old, which is measured by the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor. If we compare ourselves to Brazil, for example, or Turkey, small emerging market economies, right? You would find that we are hovering around just under 10. So we're between 6 and 10, while these economies are between 15 and 19. So we are about half, more or less half of what they are producing. And so, and the biggest challenge with us, South African, is we're a high wage economy. Because of our history of trade unions, etc., high wage economy. So what that means is mainly skilled people have jobs. And if you are semi-skilled or unskilled, then you are unemployed. And so, but the agriculture industry is seen as one sure way of mopping up semi-skilled, underskilled people, as well as manufacturing. But manufacturing has a whole host of challenges with brain drain and that sort of thing, and us focusing mainly on things like extractive industries like mining and so on. So the kind of manufacturing is geared in a very narrow area. Agriculture is seen as one of the major areas where we can grow, and this is where we as UniZulu stand in a very advantageous position. I will elaborate on that further. In terms of the Sustainable Development Goals, we also the whole strategy that we're trying to follow with our research niche area is to address all 17 of these goals through creating a vibrant economy in the northern Zululand area, which hopefully would inspire other similar areas, rural areas, to also develop in a similar fashion. And so all these 17 objectives over time will be achievable. And so the strategy that the writers of the Sustainable Development Goals put forward is that we need coordinated efforts between government, private sector, other stakeholders, and communities in development. And so from if one reads the entrepreneurship literature, one would hear the term quadruple helix. Right, so and if you look at the helix, the chromosomes and the helixical shape and that sort of thing. And so if one looks at it, it's about local communities, about private sectors, public sectors, and tertiary institutions. And I included both national and international. So I'm not leaving out our friends from the App State University. And so, and it is through these concerted efforts that we can come up with viable strategies to, developing the local economies through small business development, through entrepreneurial activities, including social entrepreneurship, and so involving cooperatives and that. And so that's our game plan for this sub-region. And so to move on. Okay, I just want to show you one stat here before I go on. If you look at the land distribution, who owns what? Most of the land in the northern Zululand area is owned by the Ngoyama Trust, and let me just go back. Okay, let's go back. Yeah, most of the land is owned by the Ngoyama Trust in the private sector, and then state enterprises. And then, so to sum up, in terms of land ownership, so 58% of the land is tribal land, 3% is only for agriculture, and 39% of the land, and this is the Mhlathuze area. So in the Mhlathuze area, I stand to be corrected, there are 5 municipalities, and the Mhlathuze is one of the 5, and I think the area is called the Kinketswayo district. And so in the Kinketswayo district, our university is based in the Mhlathuze municipal district, and so I'm just looking at that area, but the pattern is even worse for some areas that are further away. We are close to the Richards. Well, here we're in Richards Bay, so we are close to the urban areas. So 39% of the land is in the urban areas, whilst 58% of our community resides in the tribal areas. And notice the last point I made. Land issues are highly politicized and controversial one, and it's an area we find it difficult to get involved in, because it'll be very difficult to get things like ethics approval and so on. Have we spoken to certain stakeholders and so on? And so we don't want to get involved in anything that's controversial and yeah. But nonetheless, to solve the problems, we need to work with all stakeholders in this northern Zululand area. And so if you look at other sobering statistics, we would find that, okay, so this I got from the Integrated Rural Development Plan or from the IRDP of the Mhlathuze municipality. And they mentioned that there are 410, that sounds wrong. That's 410 million. I missed out 3 zeros there. The 410 million people, I think, and then let me go back. And there are 110 households. Oh, in the Mhlathuze area. Sorry, so the stats is right. In the area, you see what I'm doing? I'm confusing the whole Kinketswayo district with the Mhlathuze district. So the Mhlathuze district, this is where the stats is from. You can check for me. Someone can Google it. So anyway, there's 110,000 households. 41% of the households are headed by females, and this is because of the whole thing about what we call it, remittances, people finding work in the bigger cities like Johannesburg, Durban, etc., and remitting funds to their homesteads. And we'd find a huge influx of people into the rural areas during the Christmas holidays and that sort of thing. It's because this is where they grew up, and so they come back to the family, to the homesteads, and so that's a major cultural sort of experience during the holidays in the KZN or in South Africa in general. And so the life expectancy here is 55. Which is below the developed country average of about 77 or something like that. There's a high intensity of poverty. More than 60% of the population are under 35. So remember I said that it might be a challenge, but we can also see it as an opportunity. With so many young people, so it means the right education, the right skills and training can make a huge difference. And this is where we come in as a tertiary institution. But this area, because of the National Port Authority and all its horizontal and vertical integrated industries around the whole port and mining industry, contributes 48% of the Kinketswayo district, almost half the GDP of the northern area is from just this district. So we have lots of wetlands and forests and lakes, and there are 9 world-class companies that are on the JSE Bell, which is Bell Technologies, which is engineering industry, and most of the others are Grindrod is transport, but and the others are really mining related industries, and so there's 9 of them that are on the JSE. We are a conduit to nature reserves and heritage sites. Richards Bay has a deep water port, which means that we export all these bulk products, things like maize, wheat, coal, iron ore, and that sort of thing. There's been a huge development. We also have significant quantities of rare earth metals. That's titanium and all these other names that I cannot pronounce. So there's a lot of that here, which have been extracted over the years, but there are challenges with local communities as to ownership, as to social corporate responsibilities, and that's so a lot of this has been put on hold because of these kind of challenges, which maybe we as researchers can help highlight and come up with solutions and papers and that sort of thing. And then in terms of agriculture, the main industries are sugarcane farming, and then the potential for macadamia nuts because of its health benefits, as well as sweet potatoes. Then I never even mentioned, well, I mentioned earlier cannabis, which is not here. This are extracted from the RDP, etc. So it's not yet on the table, but hopefully soon even that would come onto the production line. And so in terms of the challenges, I highlighted the top 2 because it really pertains to entrepreneurship, but other aspects too, I see, where we can look at challenges and then find opportunities. And so one of the biggest challenges is low skill levels, limited skill development in the rural areas, high unemployment rate. Unemployment rate can be anything between 50 to 60%. So half the population or more are unemployed in these areas, and these stats are not thumbs up. They are from the surveys we've carried out for master's, PhD studies, and this is what we've come up with, where people are even earning in terms of casual work below or have a time issue. And Charlene has taken Dr. Zhou's position. I never even see. Okay, so the bottom line is that in order to develop these areas, we have to work together. As I said, the quadruple helix has to get into action. The stakeholders in our areas, we have many government, national government agencies here. We have local government agencies, as well as the University of Zululand and our partnerships with the App State and other universities. And through working together, we can come up with viable solutions. I just want to, okay, to summarize, this model is called the donut model, and the next slide I'm going to show you shows the economics as a dismal science, but this is trying to say this, that most of our people are here, so they're falling short on most of these indicators. And so in order for us to live sustainably, and this is what the world needs to see, and this is what COP27 and so on is talking about, that we need to take everybody to the inner edge of the donut, where there's a balance between us achieving our basic human rights and having and not straining the environment and not destroying the environment. If we then we have a ceiling beyond which we start creating all these problems. And you can see what's happening around the world: the floods in China, floods in India, Europe, 2 degrees higher than normal on average. And all because we have put huge pressure on the environment. So in our entrepreneurial activities, we need to come up with policies to ensure that we don't exceed these environmental concerns. And just a last point for us to, you see I cut and pasted to make it interesting. This is the first colorful piece of, yeah. And so this is where economics comes in as a dismal science. Kuznets plotted inequality with GDP growth. And we call this the inverted U curve, right? The inverted U curve. And notice, in order for us to achieve a high level of growth, it means inequality has to increase. And this is what's happening in South Africa. I'm not sure where we are. We're probably somewhere here, and inequality is already bad. And so in order for us to reach our true potential, which is supposed to be about 6 to 7% growth, you can imagine the level of inequality before we exceed that 6 to 7% in order to solve our problems. So this is how dire our situation is. But this is where, so this is the solution to the problem. It says that we need to come up with a new design. So this came out, a person by the name of Kate Rohat. She's an economist, and she says that 21st century economists need to start moving away from the emphasis on GDP growth and moving closer to distributed design. So the whole idea here is to see the world as one, and that we all are interrelated. And so part of this collaboration is about our interrelatedness, that we need one another in order to have sustainable growth, in order to protect our planet, because what happens in one end of the world affects people in the other end of the world. And so hence, this whole initiative for us to come together to find solutions, and this is a great starting point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kasaram. You know, I miss your lectures back in the days where you will just go nonstop. We'll keep on telling you that your time is up, then you'll continue doing that. Thank you very much. Your presentation was very interesting. Colleagues, I think now we would move to, it's going to be interesting because students will be sharing their experiences and colleagues as well because of this partnership. We had colleagues who went to the US last year, so they will be sharing their experiences so as students. I'm just going to call now the facilitator, Ms. Sarah, and Ms. Sarah will call the students. We have, they will be sitting this side. I think we have 2 students from UniZulu and we have another 3 from Appalachian State University. Sarah. 4. So 9 in total. Yes. You know, I'm taken back when we're still doing the early grades where you were moving with your chair to the next class. I think they will be doing that. You can take your chair and bring it here.
Excellent. Hello, everyone. First off, UniZulu, thank you, and Prof. Grayling for the invitation and the opportunity for us to be here and be part of this. We thank the U.S. Embassy for the investment and the support to make this happen. To the AZED community and committee, I know it's a lot of hard work to put something on like this, so thank you very, very much. And then lastly, to the students for being engaged, willing to learn, and also to share. So we're going to start with focusing on you guys. To ease into this, why don't you each take a moment and tell us who you are, what your formal area of study is, as well as what your interest in entrepreneurship is. And then we'll start with the questions.
Afternoon. My name is Mzoleni Mtetwa, currently a master's student in the Faculty of Commerce, Admin and Law. What is my interest in entrepreneurship? My interest is agricultural space. I think in South Africa we have agriculture as the main contributors into our GDP. So for one to be sustainable and to look to food security thing, we must pursue agriculture as young people. Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Itson. I am studying accounting at App State, and my interest in entrepreneurship has to deal with education. I currently have a small tutoring business that dwells into that now, which I will talk a little bit about further.
Hi, I'm Christine Parker. I am studying supply chain management and marketing with the concentration of sales at App State. And I want you all to observe the flower arrangements on your tables. If you see, they create emotion, they have texture. And so that is what I want within my business, is to just feel that joy that flowers give, and just creating a flower farm and giving back in that way to the community.
Hello, everyone. My name is Matthias von Feilich. I'm a business management student focusing on entrepreneurship and innovation. And I also am minoring in German. And my focus is really on solving some of the problems that come with using modern technology, like the internet, some of the modern problems that we have.
My name is Jack Dorda. I do sales. That's what I'm studying. Marketing concentration kind of areas. In entrepreneurship, I have kind of a crazy story with that, but I do landscaping, maintenance, and housekeeping. Just, there's more to it, but we'll get into that.
Hello, everyone. My name is Savannah Bradford. I am a senior at App State studying business management and focusing on entrepreneurship. And my focus on entrepreneurship primarily has to do with jewelry and gemology, but predominantly metalsmithing, jewelry and antique refurbishment, and lapidary artistry. So my goal with my business, Honest Jewelers, is to go into the jewelry industry, which at least in the US is very, very corrupt, includes a lot of price gouging and unfair pricing and unbelievable
because I think that's not going to come out very well with me. Yes, but he focused on the role of entrepreneurship, collaboration, and network. And I think what was very critical there was the take-home message from Prof. The collaboration and network set the next chapter and the frontier for moving forward. And this is going to be helping us solve our actual global issues. Then we moved on to Dr. Ainsola. He emphasized how best we may use research as an entrepreneurial development tool. And he also offered us many, many valuable key pointers. We're going to need that presentation, Dr. Ainsola, right? And I think what came out from that was, I think moving forward with this one, we have to make use of the data that we have, and we have to conduct research, and this is going to help us make informed decisions moving forward. I think that was very, very critical. Mr. Jesse Pipes then followed from US, and his address also highlighted the infusion of entrepreneurship in the curriculum. But I think what came out very, very critical from this presentation, it's not just teaching about entrepreneurship that matters. And I think we are going about it the wrong way. We want to give a lot of theory, but we we are not providing a conducive environment for students to actually do what they are learning. So that's what we need to instill, theory and practice. And from what I could see, entrepreneurs want to do. That's where they learn from. So I think we have to stop stifling them, and we have to start putting this forward. And most importantly, let students explore new boundaries. Let us don't be afraid to failure comes. Failure is a stepping stone to success. So I think that's what we as academics also need to consider and to preach to our students. Then we moved on to Professor Kasiram. He highlighted the role of entrepreneurship initiatives at UniZulu, and he provided us with a snapshot of all the various projects. I'm not even going to go into this one because he covered many, many projects, right? So we then proceeded to the inter-university student panel discussion and the academic panel discussion, and that was facilitated by Ms. Sarah and also Professor Kolonisi, and it was definitely an interactive session. And it was great hearing our student voices. In fact, it was so gratifying hearing their thoughts and their beliefs and also their personal experiences. They may be young, but they have a lot to offer. So I thoroughly enjoyed that. I didn't even try to multitask when they were talking. I was actually, they encapsulated my attention, right? And then regarding the academics, it was also interesting to listen to them draw comparisons between Africa and USA. And also it was a very insightful and enriching discussion. But ultimately, I think the small steps make a big difference in the end. And I could hear what was coming out from their intrinsic motivation and the willpower. I think that's what really is going to make a difference. And our younger generation has the greatest potential. We know that now, and we need to provide a conducive environment for them to be able to do this. Lastly, I'm just going to try to thank the following people that actually made this event successful. Firstly, the US Embassy for the grant. Without the grant, our initiatives would not have been possible. We definitely know this. So all of this was possible because of them. Thanks and appreciation to our VC and our DVC for actually supporting student entrepreneurship at UniZulu. So we value your support. Gratitude and appreciation to Prof. Mashia, the director from the International Office, and her staff, and all their contributions are much appreciated. Thanks and appreciation to our guest speaker, Nora. It was great to have her with us here today. A special sincere thanks to our colleagues from App State. Our team had an amazing trip when you hosted us last year in USA, and I hope you're also enjoying your experience with us. Professor Krelang for making entrepreneurship the focus. Professor Makigaba in absentia. I hope she's enjoying her trip. That's out in China, but we definitely missed her presence here today, who was the actual organizer of this AZED conference. Mr. Shalan Hiralal, Dr. Ainsola and their organizing team, and most importantly, our UniZulu students. Thank you so much for availing yourselves. Thanks and appreciation to all of you. My sincere apologies if I've not personally mentioned your name here today. Thanks and gratitude to you and all the contributions you have made towards making this event a great success. Our parting remarks, although the project is ending this year, right? As Prof. Mashia had mentioned in October, our partnership and relationship that we have built over the years, it's still going to grow, it's still going to flourish definitely. And we also wish the US team an enjoyable and memorable experience in our country. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues, again. I'm sure you've been to events. Have you ever had someone saying thank you to the MC? Never. And that's what just happened. Prof, you can come. Prof Mabusela, I want to give these gifts to students from the Upstate University. They can just come over.
The Center for Teaching and Learning, the Student Support Service, and with the collaboration with Mr. Mtetwa, would like to give the Appalachian University student this gift, and we hope you are going to enjoy them.
Thank you.
These are memorabilia from the University of Zululand.
You've learned the trick. One step forward, one is in All right, smile, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
As many as times.
Guys.
Are you going to say? Are we done?